Good day and good evening, and welcome to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time, we're walking from the end of the world back home. A little bit like a traversal of some part of Endwalker. We've probably done part of this journey before, but I feel like this is the best one to finish with for Endwalker. Once we reach our destination, we'll review some clips. With that said, hey Lexi, hey Nighthawk, hey Shorakai, hey Kat, hey Ardell, hey Fila, hey Elana, hey Matthew, hey Ogni, hey Kaze, hey Rest Royal. Well, Joshi it says. Hope you're all doing very well. Joshi should say that name one more time. Caetsu Chaiji? Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. Right, so we will basically be walking our way back from the end of the world. I think we will not use the skip. We'll just walk the way down. Hey Gazel and Bronto, hope you're doing well. Now, if there's anything you all would like to talk about while we go on this walk, this is of course, as always, the best time to do that. Hey Amy, hope you're doing well. And Fatman, hope you're doing well as well. When we do get to our destination, I will try my best to get through all of the clips that I have left. Because I don't know when I'll have a good time to review again once we get to Dawn Trail, so it would be a shame if there's like clips that people posted in Endwalker and then like a month into Dawn Trail or something I'm like, alright, let's review this, and then people are like, none of this makes sense, we're all used to Dawn Trail now. Emi says, can you tell me why I hate being called Mister? Well, it's because you don't feel like a Mister. How about another healer strike discussion? Well, I think the funniest part about all that is all the jokes about tank strikes, DPS strikes, and the best one yet, I think, was the trust strike. That one was really good. They're replacing us with NPCs! That was really funny. Yeah, no, I feel like that whole thing is blowing way out of proportion. When what it really boils down to is, I don't think healers are fun to play anymore, so I won't play them when Dawn Trail releases. Okay, if I don't like playing healers, I'll do the same. Joshi says, are queues going to be bad for DPS with only DPS jobs coming out? First expansion launch experience. Exactly, Samuel. That was always allowed. Like that I would hope you do that. In regards to your question, Yoshi, or Joshi, we don't know for certain. DPS queues from level 80 to 90 are probably going to be insane. Exactly because, as you said, only Viper and Pictomancer. After level 90, you'll probably expect, about the same kind of queues you'll always see. DPS will have longer queues than tanks and healers, and if the healer strike actually means something, then healers will probably have an extremely fast queue. Like, exceptionally fast. But, healers and tanks already had exceptionally fast queues, so they'll probably be fine. If the queues are too abysmal, Joshi, then remember that duty support is always there. You can always use duty support to do some dungeons with NPCs. It's not as fast as queuing for stuff, but it's an option if all else fails, right? So, whoops, isn't this a dead end? I'm a little bit confused. Anyone know? Do you get the same XP per boss on duty support? Yes. Get the exact same XP. It just takes longer because the NPCs are intentionally bad. The dead ends are at the top of this map. Bob says, what do I do when summon Bahamut and Searing Light are off cooldown, but the trash pack our boss will be dead in 10 or down to 5 seconds? What I do there is I usually just use Ruin 3. Like, if the boss is going to be dead that soon, you can just use Ruin 3. If it's the last boss, then you might still want to use Bahamut. If there's only 10 or even 5 seconds left, there's almost an argument to be made that there isn't really a DPS gain in using it all, because using Bahamut does 0 damage. However, you can of course just weave Death Flare immediately, and that's a gain. But that's what I'd do, is I'd probably just use Rune 3 a few times. But like, you can also just go full blast. It's up to you, ultimately. Hey Orion, and Wool, and Gleaming, and Viek, and Fury. Hope you're all doing well. But yeah, if you're concerned about the DPS queues, at the end of the day, duty support is an option. So it'll be fine. And yeah, exactly, Viek. What's going to happen very likely is that there will be players that will just go, oh, the healers have extremely fast queues, guess I'm healer now. Like, the nature will run its course and it'll work out. And yeah, exactly, Samuel. If duty support takes 10 minutes longer to get through, but duty finder takes 20 minutes to queue, it's obvious which one is faster. Precisely. Yeah, for my side of this, I will be playing a DPS through the MSQ, and either I'll be doing the dungeons with people that want to join me on stream for that, or I'll try and queue for it, or if all else fails, duty support. No big deal. Do it the Dynamis way and create a party finder for farming XP. That you could also do. Just make a group for it. The key here, the reason why that might not work super well, is because the argument of going, well, I'll just level my Viper by making a party finder and finding 3 players to join me, is those 3 other players that will run Tower of Zod with you repeatedly will probably be a Viper and 2 Pictomancers, not a tank, a healer, and another DPS. And if it is, it's probably going to be a Viper or a Pictomancer that DPS. Like, if you can come up with the conclusion that, well, I'll just level a DPS, and I'll just level Viper or Pictomancer because that's what I want to play, you can probably add 2 and 2 together and go, there's probably a lot of people just like me. Just like me. And they also want to play the new job. So it makes sense that it would become a problem. So that's just something to keep in mind, that it might not be that easy. Like, from my perspective, that's what I think is, if I was going to be like, yeah, I'm going to level Pictomancer first, well, obviously everyone else will as well. Not everyone, but a lot of people will. What's the healer scab? What's that, Gleaming? Wool says, one time I waited 2.5 hours for an alliance raid. Was it Evilise? Oh Oh, you're breaking the strike. Right. Ah, I see. Thank you, Axel. I wasn't sure about that. No, the thing is, Joshi, that if you get Red Mage to level 90, right? If you get Red Mage to level 90, and let's say hypothetically that you start leveling, or you start the MSQ day 1, right? If you start day 1, then you may be able to stay ahead of the stampede of Pixelmancers and Vipers. And initially, it'll only take a few hours, probably, before all the Vipers and Pictomancers have caught up to level 90, depending on how efficient they level. But the real DPS queue problems will arrive when all the Viper and Pictomancer mains coming in have caught up. Because they will add, like, an avalanche on top of the existing avalanche of players. So, like, that's when it's going to get real bad. But I still think it'll be fine, because usually the game sort of regulates itself. There will be players among the avalanche that will be like, I don't want to wait this long for a queue, I'll play healer, I guess. Although, when you get to, like, the dungeon at level 95, because we know there's going to be a dungeon level 95, because there always would be, like, every 2 levels, as you know, it might be a little harder for someone to just go, I guess I'll just heal. It'll only be the summoner DPS players that'll be like, well, I guess I could go Scholar for a bit. Like, the rest will have to level another job to do that. And there's the possibility that a lot of DPS players will simply retract from the queue and just go, I guess I'll just play in duty support. Hey, Lana says people doing Healer Strike will get bored after waiting 15 minutes for their first dungeon and will stop. I still stand by that. I think it's hilarious that it turns out that, what was it, the person who instigated the Healer Strike is a DPS main? I will not play Healer because they're not fun to play. I'll play DPS like I normally do. Like, yeah, no shock there. Jay says, I'm going to level every job eventually, regardless. Healers, tanks, and DPS. I can't imagine queues will be long for anyone for the first month or so. See, the thing is, Jay, is that if there's enough players that want to play the new jobs, or just a DPS job, then it means that there's a possibility that there's more than twice as many DPS players in the queue as tanks and healers. And if that is true, then they will have a much longer queue. There's not much you can do about that. It'll be fine. It'll, like, even out eventually, but there's a reasonable chance that DPS players will have a particularly abysmal queue for the first at least few days, maybe the first week or two. Who knows for certain? I remember back in Shadowbringers, right when it launched, tanks had impossibly long queues for stuff. Especially content before Shadowbringers, because everyone wanted to be a gunbreaker. After about a week or two, they all remembered that to play gunbreaker they have to be a tank, and then the queues evened out again, and tanks had instant queues again. Hey JL, and did I say hi Orion? And Ostravi. And Axel and Droptimal Zay. And Killer the Cat. And Jay. Hope you're all doing very well. Droptimal says, just finished watching your monk video trying to learn in main. Excellent video by the way. And saw you were streaming, so dropped in. How's it going, everyone? Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. It sounds like you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I stream about 3 times a week. Killer the Cat says, how do you get those cool job icons next to player names? Here. You do this. You can customize it. Jail says, I find it funny that the healer strike starts after. Wait, what? Are you saying that they won't start until the Tuesday? I thought they'd start on the Friday. Yeah, we'll strike and not play healer, but first I need to complete the MSQ as Sage as I want, or White Mage, or Scholar, or Astrologian. But after that, woo, then I won't play healer anymore. Wow. This healer strike just gets better and better the more I learn about it. Because that's the actual release. Yeah, that sounds like an excuse if I ever saw one. Jay says, I've been playing since 1.0. I've never seen the first month have a queue longer than 5 minutes for any role. Well, I can say that I came back to Final Fantasy XIV, like, I had quit it at some point during Stormblood, and I came back shortly before Shadowbringers. I wanted to level Gunbreaker, went into leveling roulette, and it took at least over 10 minutes. At least. The key here is that I gave up. And regular roulettes, when I started playing in Stormblood, the reason I started playing White Mage, Paladin, and Dark Knight was because I was tired of doing expert roulettes as Red Mage because it took 15 plus minutes just to get started. So, don't know what you've been seeing, but it could be an NA thing. I don't know. He's off. Hope you're doing well. Matthew says, turns out I'm part of an IRL teacher healthcare worker strike with that logic. Ah, yes. Gaming says, does this game have a built-in FPS counter on the system config screen, or did it come with my legal applications? Because it seems inaccurate. It says I'm averaging 10 FPS when I'm clearly not. You mean this one? It's mostly accurate. Hey, Zolization! Hope you're doing well. You know, my please talk about the strike comment was a joke. Well, I mean, as you can see, Matthew, so is the strike itself. Droptimal says, I don't get the healer strike right now. Just started getting serious about doing savages with friends. Can you break down the whole strike, or someone in chat? The simple, long story short version is someone decided to make a forum post asking people, healers notably, to strike come Dawn Trail, which will be on the official release of Dawn Trail for some reason, which means like 3 or 4 days after early access, which means everyone who wanted to had a chance to do the entire MSQ and so on, and level all of the healers if that's what they wanted. And the strike entails not playing healer. That's it. The funny thing about it is that the reason for the strike is that they want to strike because healers feel like they have very little to do and they are boring or something like that. But the post is made by a player that mains DPS, supposedly, and supposedly has never done harder content than like casual difficulty content, which is typically the place where you'll find the least amount of work to do for healers, except when something goes really wrong. Obviously, not having done hard content doesn't mean that your opinion on such a subject is invalid, but it does make it a little strange if you're like, it's too easy, but then you only do the easy content, right? Like, that makes it a little strange. And then when it also turns out that you're not even a healer main, saying, I will not play healer, doesn't really have that much weight to it. But yeah, the thing is, the reason why this strike is a little strange is simply because if you don't enjoy a role, then just don't play it. As Samuel said, that was always allowed. It's just someone essentially loudly saying, I'm not going to play healer! And if I didn't find healers enjoyable, I would also not play healer. It's that easy. It's that easy. That's the whole story. And that's true, Solization. If you mainly play during prime times and you mainly queue for like the content that people mainly play, then it's not going to be an issue to queue for basically anything. I imagine that queues for DPS will be fine. It's specifically in the level 80 to 90 range where it might get really bad, because there's going to be a flood of only DPS players that suddenly appear out of nowhere, and all the other jobs are going to be as they usually are. It's just that there's a possibility that there are now less tanks and healers in that level range. Which is why there is a possibility that Vipers and Pictomancers will have a hard time leveling from 80 to 90 by just randomly queuing for stuff, because there's going to be a lot of them. But if you're leveling past 90, you'll probably be fine. Thunder Enix says, what do you think that a healer should move to a support role? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, JL. That's the thing, and that's what that's what we basically keep circling back to. If there's a big amount of players that are like, I won't play healer because that leaves a very open gap for all of these to turn into healer. So, and there are players that will just choose job based on what's in need. So not a lot will change, honestly. And yes, exactly, Bronto. Part of the problem is that it got a little bit of traction, then some content creators started talking about it, and then more people started talking about it, and then now there's a lot of people going, what's the healer strike about? And they ask, and then content creators that originally didn't actually want to talk about it start talking about it because they don't want to leave people in the dark. And the cycle continues. What's going to happen is the healer strike will begin and everyone will be like, wow, nothing happened. I actually believe there's a real possibility that there will be an overflow of healers as a result. Dark Cloud says, what is this healer strike then? Rewind the stream. I said it like 2 times. I've said it 2 times in this stream alone. Yeah, I imagine just like how we had the like, to give some other examples, we had the Dexit for Pokemon where they were like, oh, we're not going to include all of the Pokemon in the next game. And then people were like, oh, we're not going to buy it because, grr, you're not including all the Pokemons. And then it was the best-selling Pokemon game of all time. I imagine that's how the healer strike is going to go. There's a lot of people looking at it and going, alright, I guess I'll play healer. I like instant Q. No, not optimal, it's simply that we've reached a point where it is possible for a warrior to solo heal basically any dungeon in the game. So you don't need healers. Which is not a good look. It's just one example. And yeah, exactly, Jay. Every time people try to strike on something, it doesn't really change much. How much of the Sage kit would you trade for Nascent Flash? You mean buff Cardia? Hieronymus says, my worry is for people getting harassed for being healer scabs. Right. Well, here's a very easy solution. If so, like, let me put it like this, Hieronymus. If you play healer on Dawn Trail and you start getting harassed with this, you need to learn this body motion, okay? You take your right hand, this camera's mirrored, you take your right hand and then you put it down on your mouse. If you have a controller, you might have to do it differently. Then you go this way, down here, and you click this one. You don't go here. And there. Bam! And explain who's harassing you. That's not allowed. Yeah, if people start harassing you for actually playing healer during the healer strike, you just report them. It's that easy. If you can't remember how to do it or don't know how to fill out a report, I have a guide on how to report someone, which ironically had a lot of comments that I ended up having to report because of how rude they were. And I agree. Bloodwetting is too strong. Nascent Flash is too strong. I'm not quite sure why they added a heal over time component to shake it off when it was already amazing. So, like, they didn't need this. They don't need to be that good at healing. Yeah, Ilana says, a completely different subject. My friend has a problem. He had to change phone a while ago, but he was using the application to generate a one-time code for Connect to Final Fantasy, and now he has no solution. To connect again, because whatever he's trying, he's asked to provide a code. Somebody had the problem before. Well, I believe there is supposed to be like a backup code or something. But you might have to contact support for this. But yeah, that is a big problem. Easiest solution is try and contact support. Unfortunately, that can take a bit, so start today. Today, because if you don't get it solved, they might not be able to play on Dawn Trade release. And I really mean it. Contact support today, now, because it can take days to get it solved. I'm reasonably confident that they can help Shartan Kobold. But that is true, you do get backup codes for these things. Imagine playing a tank other than warrior. Imagine enjoying playing different things and what's most effective, right? Could you imagine that? Level 100 warrior skill. Ah, yes. And was it someone said man mode? Man mode the combo? Beyblade the combo? Let's Beyblade! I think the sad part is that the level 100 version isn't like a horizontal spin. I wish the level 100 skill had Dark Knight skill had more oomph to it. What do you mean? It's called Disesteem. You have too much hair for man mode. Well, the joke is that supposedly I'm Zeno from 10 years ago. Turns out that I am actually 10 years younger than him, so that makes it even better, right? I don't know if he had hair 10 years ago. I guess I'll not be man mode, I'll just be guy mode. The funky dot paladin rotation. Ah, the good old days. There is something hilarious about soloing a boss. I should know, given how much I've done that. But, it's starting to reach the point where it's more interesting when you can't than when you can. Because it's like every time you're like, oh, warrior can solo this, it's like, yes. Why wouldn't they be able to? It's like, it's almost a shock when you can't. In fact, if the answer is you can't solo this dungeon, it's like, oh yeah, but it's because there's a DPS check, so it doesn't really count, does it? But if it's warrior can't solo this because it hurts too much, then we're getting somewhere. Like, that's when it gets really interesting, when the dungeon is actually powerful enough to beat the warrior. Like, legitimately, without just going, well, the warrior didn't have enough DPS. Warriors should not be able to solo dungeons. Well, how about this? Scholar can solo most level 1 to 50 dungeons. Scholar. White Mage can solo some, a lot actually, of the Realm Reborn dungeons. Even White Mage. So is it really a problem if Warrior can do it? I feel like this highlights more the difficulty of the content than the power of Warrior when you go far enough down. But yeah, later game stuff might be a problem. If it's Warrior can't solo it, call Cat Damon. The Pickler says, I understand the change, but I yearn for the days when Paladin had a magic and physical phase. It was a cool identity. I felt like it was interesting, but it felt weird. Because to me, it made it feel like you just, like, that you switched between two modes. Rather than, like, it felt like you were half white mage and half gladiator. And you just switched, actually it felt like you were full white mage and full gladiator, and you just had to, like, switch modes. Whereas now, where you actually, like, mix it a little bit more, makes it feel more like you're actually a paladin. But that's my opinion. Nong says, as someone who's only played warrior in PvP, I think warrior is fine. If anything, they're a bit annoying with the primal rent stuns. Yeah, I could imagine. I remember back in Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict, people considered warrior overpowered. That changed once people got better at Crystalline Conflict and learned to just not stack too closely. Suddenly it wasn't that powerful anymore. Warrior primal rents someone and then promptly dies because everyone just target acquired. A lot of jobs that were considered OP in the first season of Crystalline Conflict were just because people had no idea how to deal with it. Aurum Vale versus Scholar. Yeah, Scholar can solo Aurum Vale. No, I did it. White Mage in Crystalline Conflict is still stupid busted. It's still very annoying. I don't think there's anything you can do about that aside from removing Miracle of Nature. Hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. We did a little bit ago. Special hate for their limit break. Yeah, back when they when the PvP rework was completely new, the opening, the front lines were a lot of summoners and a lot of white mages, and you just ran around, and then suddenly you and the 3 people walking with you died, and then you just see like 4 white mage lasers from off screen, just blark, you're dead. Then they added built-in damage reduction on all jobs. Sometimes you'd just be hanging out and then suddenly just 4 Bahamut's drop on you and you die. Did they nerf Red Mage Limit Break 3? I don't think it used to be worse. Don't think they nerfed it, no. Graphite says, I still can't wait for them to rework Dark Knight for Frontlines. It has been a pain. It would be nice if they weakened it a little bit at least. Did something about it. But honestly, I think the problem is a combination of things. I think one way they could make things a little bit more balanced is to add a target cap on AoE stuff, and then if there's more targets in the area than that, it like diminishes the damage so that you can't just do the Dark Knight toilet and just kill everyone. And the thing is, Minion Master, that Samurai you can play around. Dark Knight Toilet just runs at you, and if you don't know to dodge it, you die. Samurai, you can easily outmatch by knowing, oh, he's probably going to limit break. Like, I've outwitted many a Samurai. You can usually see if they're fishing for it. They usually go into a fight they're absolutely not going to win. So try to attack them just enough that they use Shiiten, but be very careful, because if you start casting something, they'll use Shiiten, catch you, and then you die. But yeah, that would also solve it. If all AoE had a target cap, then even Samurai's limit break would get nerfed as a result. Like, let's say that you only can do maximum damage on up to like 4 or 5 targets, and then if there's more targets than that, then the total damage gets reduced. Then the Dark Knight toilet will require a lot of players, like a lot of Dark Knights, to actually work. And also true, Graphite, if they made the target cap 5, then it means that Crystalline Conflict would just be like, so the total amount of targets. Excellent. Nothing changes for us. Which means they wouldn't even need to like worry about, oh, if we make this change, it'll hurt crystalline conflict. It's just, doesn't matter. But there might be more to it than that. Which 5 it takes is also a problem. Gazel, I think you misunderstood something. I didn't say target cap of 5, so therefore you only hit 5. I mean, after 5, it reduces the amount of damage for everyone. So like, let's say an attack does 10,000 damage in a circle around you. If there's 5 targets, then it does 10,000 to all of them. If there's 10 targets, well, the target cap is 5, so those 50,000 damage gets evenly distributed on all 10. So it only does 5,000 to each of them. There's 20 targets, only does 2.5k, which means that stacking together actually reduces AoE damage taken for everyone. Yeah, kind of, JL. Basically that, except there's like a minimum target count. I don't know if that's the best solution, but it is a solution. But yeah, if it only hit 5 players, that would definitely be a problem. Hey Chris, hope you're doing well. I think it's been a while. Hope you glad to see you. And thank you. Gazel says, doesn't that sound stupid? What sounds stupid? So, I shoot a giant laser beam at 5 guys. The laser hits them all evenly. Now there's 10 guys. Surely at some point the body count on the laser beam makes it not hit as hard on like the back line. There is a logic to it. You see a Dark Knight do a Caetsu, do the blade spin. If there's 5 guys around them, it takes a certain amount of force to actually slice through all of them. If there's 10, it takes twice as much force. And there's a point where the Dark Knight just isn't able to provide that force. The more players rushing to you, the less damage you're doing. Well, up to a certain number. Up to a certain number. As I said, I don't know if that's the best solution, and making it 5 targets for everything might not be fair either. But it is a suggestion. And I think that's better than nerf Dark Knight, because what's going to happen is the ultimate annoyance stack isn't 4 Dark Knights. It's a Dark Knight, 2 Dragoons as an Astrologian. So if you nerf the Dark Knight, then the proper squad is just even more annoying because you can't just do it with Dark Knights. The Dragoons will still just knock you down with their limit breaks. You nerf Dragoon, they'll just bring more Dark Knights. If you nerf both, then they'll find something else. If you make if you deal with the problem from a different perspective, that could solve it. Gazel says Scholar deploy capping at 5 targets would suck a lot. That's true. And that's, of course, a separate problem. But I mean, Scholar's deployment tactic is already really jank in frontline. What happens... Here, listen to this. When a Scholar puts Biolysis on someone in frontline, it calculates how much damage Biolysis will do when you apply it, which takes into account the passive damage reduction of the target. When you use deployment tactics, it copies whatever damage is remaining on it to everyone it hits. Which means if you put Biolysis on a white mage, which passively takes 25% less damage, and then deploy it, it will also only do 25% less damage to the warrior who's supposed to take 50% less damage. because it copies the white mage's damage intake instead of the warriors. Which means that Scholar can cheat. Like, they can straight up cheat. Isn't that logical? I don't know. I would say the logical solution is that it goes, well, I should subtract the damage reduction of the white mage and then add the warrior's damage reduction, because the whole point of the damage reduction in frontline is to make the job sturdy enough to deal with the kind of stuff they have to deal with. You aren't dotting the warrior directly. No, you're re-dotting it with a dot from elsewhere. Surely, like, as I see it, the logical way it would work is that Scholar takes 25% less damage, so Biolis is reduced by 25%. Then you spread it, it lands on the warrior, and now the remaining number is reduced by 50%. Which is also not a good idea. Like, that's also not optimal, but that would have made sense. Because basically, imagine every job has like a barrier around them that protects them from incoming damage. The Biolysis you deploy surely flies through that barrier just as well as that flare does from the Black Mage. Is there a Vulcan in chat who can confirm if this is logical? Why Vulcan? Well, the thing is, Bronto, that if you have 4 Dark Knights, all using Toilet all at once, let's check it. Let's check it. They all click Toilet all at once. That's 6,000 damage. Well, actually 8,000 if you have 4 of them. Then they all click Eventide while they have full HP. That's, let's see, 96,000 damage. Plus 8. So that's 104,000 damage. The only jobs that will survive that are melee jobs with 50% damage reduction. But if the 4 Dark Knights have a reasonable amount of battle high, then anyone will die. Unless they bury it or guard it in advance. The problem with the Toilet strat is specifically that the only counterplay is to guard in advance. Or stun them in advance, which means there isn't a counterplay, there's a proactive play. Prevent them from doing it. That's how powerful it is. It's so good that your only counteraction is to prevent them from doing it. That's not really fair, is it? Tethio says, just get rid of the damage reduction. It was more fun before they added anyway. Oh yes, it was really funny when Frontline was only white mages and summoners. That's very fun. I played at that time. It was not fun. Where the problem with the Toilet strat isn't one person. The problem is the 3 other players that comes with the Dark Knight. And Dark Knight is so good at it that you can just use 4 Dark Knights. You can also use something else. But if they nerf only Dark Knight because of the Toilet strat, then it just makes a more even strat better. Like, bringing a Dark Knight and 2 Dragoons, or 3 Dragoons, or bringing a Dark Knight, 2 Dragoons, and Astrologian. The reason why the Astrologian is there is because they can boost the damage of everyone there by 30%. And yeah, exactly, Mia. Rose-tinted glasses. You might have thought that Frontline was more fun before the damage reduction stuff if you were playing Summoner or White Mage. I think Scholar was also pretty overpowered back then, because then you could just put Biolizards on anyone and deploy that and just, you know, leave before the white mages and summoners come and blast you to hell. Because Vulcans wouldn't be influenced by their feelings on jobs. They would deal in pure logic. Ah. See, that's also what I'm trying to do. See, the thing is, the jobs that I enjoy playing in Frontline is Scholar. For example, I also enjoy playing Ninja in Frontline. There's a bunch of jobs I enjoy in Frontline, but despite me enjoying Scholar in Frontline, I can see that it is kind of stupid that you gain DPS by starting your Plague on a squishier job. I feel like that makes no sense. Surely the dot should work the same whether you place it on someone or spread it to them. And that's also true, Gazel. If you do deployment tactics from someone and it happens to land on a samurai with Chitin, then you don't get targeted. Like the Chichen doesn't account for that. So Scholar uniquely can at roundabout attack anyone so that they can't like counterattack anything. Like can't be counterattacked. It's really, really convenient. Well, Tazio, Rival Wings and Crystalline Conflict doesn't have it, so maybe you'd want to get into Crystalline Conflict. I feel like Rival Wings is just like the forgotten child in PvP. Can't Crystalline Conflict with friends? Well, I mean, you can. If you queue at the same time, in casual, there's a reasonable chance you'll end up in the same match. And you might not be on the same team, but let's just say that back in my day, sometimes you had to just join a PvP game, like join a server on, like in Counter-Strike or something, and then depending on how many friends you were, you had to like evenly split on the teams, because otherwise that wouldn't be fair or fun, right? It's just how the game is sometimes. And surely it's just as fun to play against your friends as with them in this case, right? It's a bigger problem in ranked, but if you can stay within the same like bracket, then there's a much higher chance you'll land in the same match because you actually sort out a lot of players. It's actually not uncommon for players to do that. I remember like actually over a year ago, I think, watching a streamer do Crystalline Conflict ranked, and they were like on Discord with a few friends, and they happened to be like near each other in brackets, so that sometimes they'd land in the same match. Really, really handy when they were on the same team because they could coordinate better. Kind of unfair when you really think about it. But if they were not on the same team, they would also be more likely to like target each other because it was funny, right? And that's also true, Tathia. There's a problem with actually getting ranked Crystalline Conflict to pop. Don't know what they could do about it. Maybe they could make it so that if you don't play matches, your rank decays or something. But then people will just wait until like the final last weeks of a season to rank up instead of the first few. Well, the difference there, JL, is that Cover and Avail uses the stats of the destination rather than the origin. So for deployment tactics to be like Cover and Avail, it would actually have to take into account the situation of the target destination, which they don't. Which is actually the weird part. But then again, it's not like Cover isn't weird in PvP as well. Guardian actually takes into account both the origin and the destination, if I remember correctly. So like, if both are guarding, then the Paladin takes like 1% damage at the destination. It's really weird. No, it's just jail. We were just talking about that. The thing that's really, really weird about deployment tactics in PvP is that the dot. Just to reiterate, the easiest if I actually switch to Scholar to show it, I guess. You use Biolysis on someone. That's a 15,000 damage dot that you put to someone. It'll do 15,000 over 15 seconds, right? That is then reduced if you use it on a healer, a mage, ranged, except Red Mage or Dancer, then it will be reduced by 25% when it lands. Like, immediately 25% of the total damage is lost. If you put it on a Red Mage or Dancer, it's 35%. If you put it on a melee job, it's 50%. So the remaining 75% of the damage is being done when you use deployment tactics, which spreads your dot if used on an enemy. It takes the exact number of damage that remains and just applies it as is to anyone in range. Which means that if you use Biolysis on a warrior, it'll only do 7,500 damage total. Then you deploy it, it hits a white mage, it'll still only do 7,500 damage because it's based on the 50% reduction from the warrior. If you instead do Biolysis on the white mage, then it'll do 11,250 damage to the white mage. You deploy it, it'll still do 11,250 damage to the warrior because it's taking note of the 25% reduction on the white mage. Exactly, it spreads it as pure damage and ignores damage reduction. Which technically means you can deploy through guard. But I'm not actually 100% sure if it works like that with guard, but everything else we see here says yes. By the way, if you use bio on someone who's already guarding, it reduces the damage by 90%. You don't want to deploy that one. And that's also true. Biolysis reduces the damage enemies do. Just like Adloquium increases damage done. Like, just in PvP, having... Like, if you just take it in Crystalline Conflict, where you can hit everyone with both sides, having a Scholar on your team means, optimally, that the enemy team is doing 8% less damage, while your team is doing 8% more damage, and done perfectly with, like, boosting your Biolysis with Expedient. Every time you exchange with your opponents, if you can spread it correctly, you take, like, over a third of every enemy player's HP, just cut it out of them over 15 seconds. Like, because it's over 15 seconds, it isn't that obvious or super impactful because it takes a while, but not only do you take a third of their HP, you make them 8% weaker and your team 8% stronger. Like, if you ever wanted to play a support role in Final Fantasy XIV, try and play a healer in PvP. Hey, Weather Witch, hope you're doing well. Jail says, like I mentioned before, because when you deployment a shield, it ignores the base dead stat of the people who are receiving the shield. What do you mean with the base determination stat, JL? What does determination do, JL? Let's hear it. What does determination do? What does determination do? Just explain exactly what it does. Lastall says, so what's your opinion on the current healer drama? I actually talked about it at the, like, near the start of the stream. JL says, I'm confusing determination for tenacity. What does tenacity do, JL? You're still going to be wrong if you say what I think you're going to say. Explain it to me. I have Mythbuster videos explaining these things and demonstrating these things. So tell me what tenacity does. Yeah, Blaustal, I explained my piece on this near the start of the stream. You can rewind to it if you want to hear it. 3 things. What are those 3 things? Tenacity baits new players into melting it. That's not entirely wrong. By the way, 53 minutes. It increases damage dealt, reduces damage taken, increases healing received. One of those is wrong. Affects the amount of physical and magic damage dealt and received. as well as HP restored. The higher the value, the more damage dealt, the more HP restored, and the less damage taken. Tenacity increases healing done by the user of the tenacity stat, not healing received. It makes the paladin heal everyone more. Does not make the paladin receive more healing from the Cure 2 the white mage cast. Does not help you with anyone else's healing. It only helps your own healing. It's as well as HP restored by you. I don't know where people get it that it's healing received, because it actually doesn't say that. By this description, the best misinterpretation is that it increases healing done and received. But weirdly, it's often just described as received when people get it wrong. But it doesn't increase healing received, it increases healing done. It's a really, really important distinction. It's basically determination, except it also reduces damage taken. And determination increases all healing done, by the way. Hey, Elisa. Hope you're doing well. And also, yeah, deployment tactics. Deployment tactics copies the shield as is. Which means wherever you put it on, whatever's remaining of it, that's what you're deploying. Why should tenacity increase your healing received and not your healing done? Like, surely it improves every single aspect of a tank's capacity to stay alive. It makes you do more damage, it makes you heal yourself better, and makes you take less damage. I'm a tank, I'm supposed to take damage, not heal it. Well, I have a healer strike I want to present to you then. It's a stat for tanks. Yeah, tanks heal themselves. Hey Zeros, hope you're doing well. But yeah, didn't mean to throw you under the bus like that, JL. The reason why I made such a big deal about it is because I'm pretty sure most people in the chat knew this, because I've covered this specific misunderstanding like a dozen times. In videos. Both in my Tenacity is Terrible video, which explains exactly how tenacity works, by the way, and Mythbuster videos. I believe the first, or I think both the first and second one actually demonstrates that tenacity doesn't increase healing received. So if you've seen those, you'd know. Loon's Avatar says, I think people just thought it's like the old Defiance stance, which is healing received. No, I did, although I never cared much about tenacity. Well, to be fair, the old Defiance stance outright said so. Just like Thrill of Battle says so. Terran says tenacity is terrible, it isn't a dead stat like piety. That meaning that it doesn't contribute directly to increased damage. That's true, but it turns out that there are groups, or rather, in prog situations, there can be cases where there is a need for some amount of piety, but I'm not very confident that there's ever been prog situations where they were like, alright, so we're going to need to meld some tenacity on our tank so that they can take 1% less damage from this tank buster. I'm sure that'll be what we need, yeah. I'm pretty sure that has never happened. At least not in a reasonable fashion. Jail, so I don't get directed. I don't get directed on my tank gear, so the fact that it's supposed to be all my meld pains me. I just don't like it. See, the weird thing with direct hit is that there is a logical reason why tank and healer gear does not get directed on it. That's because if we assume that tanks and healers' primary purpose is defensive in nature, direct hit actually helps zero with that particular objective. Some of you may have seen my recent short where I go like, Glare only does damage, Fall Malefic only does damage, Broil only does damage, and all that. Basically that logic, direct hit only does damage. It doesn't help you defensively at all, so it makes sense that a tank or a healer will not find it on their gear because it doesn't help them with their primary purpose. It's just that it turns out that you can do your primary purpose just fine with the base stats of the gear you have. You don't need anything but mind to heal well enough. You don't need anything but vitality and strength to tank well enough. So it doesn't matter. So you meld direct hit because math says that it increases your damage by the most. Except crit is overpowered, so that's even better, of course. Awesome. A nice balance. And yeah. Tanks never melt tenacity. That explains healer strike. Why? Why? Jail says, I actually meld mostly tenacity and determination to my tank gear, so fools you. Why would you do that? Why? Crit, incidentally, due to its like exponentially increasing effectiveness, actually increases your healing output better than determination does. And tenacity's healing output scales worse than determination, which is beat by crit. So the only thing you're gaining by melding tenacity is damage reduction that you won't need. Oh, it's probably quadratic, Perrin, but you got my point. I have 2,500 spell speed, Red Mage, if you really want to question my logic. How do you have that much spell speed? This is my mega spell speed, Black Mage, with spell speed on almost everything. You have actually spell speed on everything. You'd have to have a relic weapon with spell speed on it as a red mage to do that. And a chest piece with it. I think that's the only piece I'm missing. Oh wait, I actually have a few pieces. Full best in slot. Well, actually, I'd actually argue that you're exact opposite of best in slot, red mage. What would we call that? Inverse best in slot? Baddest in slot. Worst in slot. But the reason why crit is so insanely wrong. The reason why is simply that every time you gain 0.1% in crit, it both increases the chance and the output, where direct hit only increases the chance and determination technically only increases the value. Obviously, determination, if it scaled equally well to crit, it would probably be better, because ultimately determination is crit without the chance. It's just that because of the fact that crit scales better, and it eventually like tends toward 100% chance, although you'll never reach 100% chance, it gets better and better and better the more you have. Can't remember the exact number, but I believe it's like around 16 or 1700 crit. You reach a point where even if you don't have any determination or direct hit, crit is still better, like point for point. Even though, like, due to how relative stat gains work, the more determination you have, the less impactful the same amount of direct hit will determination will be. So it's better to like equally balance things like determination and direct hit. But crit scales so well that it'll only get better. But you need to reach like this breaking point where it gets so good that the other options don't matter. That's also the reason, the story behind why tanks and healers stack direct hit. It's basically because if you have less direct hit than determination, then direct hit will be more impactful for your total DPS on average. And vice versa, if you have significantly more direct hit than determination, then determination will be more impactful for your average DPS. However, if we're talking about maximum potential DPS, then all you need is 0.1% direct hit, and then everything else goes to determination and crit, because they actually increase your highest potential damage. You just have to be lucky. You just have to win a 1 in 1,000 all the time. We are on Ravana Materia. It says up here. Speaking of Materia, actually that has nothing to do with this. Maybe we should check some clips. I have clips from a bunch of people, and I'll try to get through all of them. I have clips from Cat, Lexi, Gyasel, Giraheen, Cap Striker, Garcel, Fubuki, Zaf, Shaq. Fila just left, I think. And there's also Resera. And I also technically have one that features Tristan, but they didn't post it. I missed my crit swipe so I can get my pass. Fila is still here. Fair enough. I believe Fila might have to go sooner than everyone else, so let's try and see if we can get to them first. They have a clear a scholar in Abyssal Fracture Extreme. Killer the Cat says, do you think when Dawntrail comes out that free players will once again get another DLC for free? No. The Stormblood free stuff was added like late Endwalker. So at best you'll get Shadowbringers late Dawntrail. Right. So first we have, there it is, Fila's Extreme 7. Well, I mean, Killer the Cat, you have plenty of content in the free trial, surely. Right, so there's multiple pulls here. Fila said just skip to the last pull. Do you know when the last pull is? It's in the description. Oh. By the way, if you leave a timestamp, I believe the first one has to. Yeah. Why doesn't it work? You should have done it right. Why doesn't it work? I'm pretty sure that should give you the timestamps in the video itself, because you landed one at 000. Weird. Well, Killer the Cat, your inventory won't get bigger. When they expanded the free trial to Stormblood, they didn't give you any more inventory space. See, looking for tips on managing ether flow. By the way, Phil also mentions they know that they forgot to res a player for a while. So, everyone, we're focusing on ether flow. And if someone is dead for a really long time, just act like nothing's wrong, like that nothing's wrong. Hey Jeffrey, hope you're doing well. Hey BL, congratulations. Pokemon battle music intensifies. Ignore the dead body. It's very fun out of context. Yes. Right, so something that is of course worth considering here is that in the opener, if you know you're going to need your ether flow, we actually talked about this on the Discord just a little bit ago, then you of course don't want to spend it all on energy drain. It looks like you have latency. That's something worth keeping in mind already. Nice. No one got hit. Another one. Oh, actually the Black Mage got hit. Just this explosion, right? The Black Mage got hit. With the ley lines over there. And that's true, I guess you missed a pre-casted broil. Did we have a pull timer? Let's just check again. 15-second pull timer. Cast broil here. I feel like there was an attempt to pre-cast a broil, but you could cast it a little earlier. It feels like I'm watching a movie. You know, with the top and the bottom like that. Hey Vivi, hope you're doing well. No, by an MC, I was drinking tea. Hey, coffee also works. Right, so ether flow cooldown is coming up. Let's see if you remember it. Yeah, good. Don't think... Did you need to precast that excogitation? Looks like that will go to waste. It's even on the warrior. They might look at that excogitation and go, no. I refuse. Just heal themselves. Like, on the one hand, it's totally understandable to put it just in case, but I would probably have just put the H-Cog on the tank after the fact if it turns out they needed it. There's a weird thing in like 8-man content is that often H-Cogitation is a little underwhelming. So usually it's better to just hold it for when someone actually might need it. Fila says it's so weird. Previous pull, the warrior took a lot of damage from the tank buster. Oh, so you were doing it because of, like, learning it previously. That does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Parents is bad cooldown management then. That's true, but in this particular case, that doesn't help anyone. Like, so if Fila says to the warrior, you should use your defensive cooldowns better at that moment. Fila can hope that the warrior does that, but if Fila has observed that that warrior usually takes a lot of damage from that mechanic, that actually does make sense to put H-Cog on them preemptively. Unfortunately, the specific pull where you tried to preempt it, the tank was ready. Okay, so I just went back and paused here because ether flow is coming up, so let's see what happens. You have 2 ether flow, you use energy drain here, that's pretty good. You might have needed to start on that at GCD earlier. You need to do it again. Ether flow's ready. What do we do now? Change stratagem. That makes sense. Right on cooldown. Energy drain, ether flow, ruin 2. I guess you could do that. You could also have swift casted a broil. But I guess you suddenly realized you had to make a break for it. Also, Biolysis just before Chain Stratagem ended. That's really good. Put down Sacred Soil and then not stand in it yourself. That's, I mean, it happens. You like, put it down where it covers as much of the arena as possible, but you can't be there. I don't need it. I put it down for all of you to enjoy. We need a bigger Sacred Soil. It isn't big enough. Didn't they double the radius of Sacred Soil in Endwalker? I think it went from 8 to 15. I think that Dragoon. Blip. That's the worst. The Dragoon was just like, well, guess I'll die then. Eight to 15 isn't double. You know what I mean. It's close enough. Oh, there was a death there. Okay, I'll change it to nearly double. Wow, you're all so pedantic today. Woof. Apparently it's a better choice to die rather than wiping the raid on meteors. I remember watching Mr. Happy's guide on this boss. And I think he actually said something like, just go die. If you're out of position. Which sounds so insanely mean. Out of context. I was hoping for 30 on soil and 30 on ley lines. What a letdown it was. Well, at least the machinist got a rest eventually. Maybe they'll double the radius. Maybe they'll increase Leyline's radius to the thing that the Pictomancer gets. It would be really funny with that same animation like this, but it's just like twice as big. Very nice and quick, fully healed. How did the machinist die? I'm not actually entirely sure. I saw something that exploded on them just in front of Fila earlier. But did they get rest since? That would have meant they were brink of death, so I guess not. Tank killed them with the chains. Alright. Here come the chase AoEs. That machinist was near death again. Like most high-end content. How did he die? I don't know. I saw something explode. That sounds about right. That's what we call ranged physical having no defensive. You know what the saddest part about that is? Ranged physical DPS. Ooh, a 10% damage reduction, and then the rest of the raid goes, yeah, which is ours. Then Machinist goes, ooh, another 10% damage reduction, and the rest of the raid just looks at them like, you know how this works. Like, the raid just a mafia taking all the defensive cooldowns on the ranged because they are shareable. Yeah, exactly. Your mitigation? No, that's our mitigation. Yeah, ranged physical has no defensive cooldowns. All 3 ranged with a 10% raid-wide mitigation. I will say, Philo, when you set that for the description of the run, I expected there to be a lot more ether flow trouble, and that was my impression. Philo says the Machinist was chained to me, but they didn't go north; they went south, so we both could have died. They didn't stop doing the mechanic where we need to not do anything. That exploded them and saved me. Ha! Maybe they knew that. Maybe they were actually... Gigabrain was like, oops, I goofed it up. Guess I'll die then. And made sure that they die. Exactly, Gazel. Gazel is also local Scholar main, so they would also notice. Also feel like the Machinist hasn't been left dead for that long. Like it feels like a lot of the time when someone has been left dead, it's been like, yeah, there's also been a lot of mechanics going on here. No reprisal on nostalgia? Well, if you're going to be nostalgic on me, remember that reprisal used to be single target. A lucid dreaming problem? I think it's fine, because I don't see MP problems. And the amount of MP recovery there is passively doesn't tell me that you have like a gigantic amount of piety. You might have some piety, but it's not insane. Using Etherflow and lucid dreaming together doesn't help much. Only if you actually peak up on full MP. Oh. Yeah, now it's going to be a problem. Adlo? I guess. Good thing it was a crit, that it could so that the catalyze could protect the galvanize. Yeah, overall this run looks good. Like, there was some mistakes, but I mean, you didn't die. I guess there would be a lot more to talk about if we had... oh, nice, a new video. If we had the Machinist's POV. But yeah, that is something worth pointing out. Is that I don't feel like there were a lot of trouble with ether flow. There is an argument to be made that, for example, using executation preemptively on someone might not always be a good idea. It might be able to solve itself simply by, you know, if you're low, like if they fall low enough, you can always put executation on them after the fact if they actually need it. I guess this is JL. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a red mage set, everyone. Game is trolling me. Hey, Caetsu. Hope you're doing well. You know, and people say I'm weird for having so much spell speed on my black mage. Then we have this. This would be fun on a black mage, by the way. This would be really funny. On a red mage, It just makes me worried. But on a black mage, this would be really funny. Bind MC says, I don't know about a lot about LB region, but I would never mitigate unless the attack is killing me for sure. Is that a viable strat? What do you guys think? If you're taking a large amount of damage, you should use mitigation if you have it. If you need the mitigation for something else, then you can save it for something. Like if there's a bigger attack coming up, but otherwise, under normal circumstances, you should use mitigation when a big hit is coming. When I say normal, under normal circumstances, I mean unless you have agreed with your team that, oh, don't mitigate that, we'll do something else, then don't mitigate it. But if you haven't done it, then, like, if a tank buster's coming and you go, well, it only does 99% of my HP in damage, you should still mitigate that. You're doing it to troll your friend, JL. What a feat. It does drain mana very fast in fights. Yeah, I could imagine so. And yeah, exactly as Brontome says, you have enough mitigation. The only context in which, by the way, the only context in which going, well, I don't use mitigation unless it'll kill me, the only situation where that would even matter and be something you might do to game the system would be in like Savage or Extremes or something, where you might be doing it to push a pass or something. But yeah, as the parent says, LB generation is affected by taking damage while near death. So, I suppose you'd need to go low and then take damage, which means that you still want to use mitigation. In a dungeon, even if the boss only does like 30 or 40 or even 50% of your HP in damage with its tank buster, you should still mitigate it. In the worst case scenario, you slacking on that is going to cost, ding ding, the healer damage, which ultimately costs the party damage. So you should always mitigate. If you have anything, always mitigate when you can see damage incoming. It's the same with big AoE pulls. A lot of damage is coming, use defensive cooldowns proactively. If you wait until you're near death, then taking 30% less damage doesn't change anything. If you have 10k HP left, you're still going to die. Wait, why not, Jay? Wait, how did you visit EU, Jay? It's healing near death and surviving damage that would kill you. Oh. This is indeed Materia, which isn't EU. An endless amount of play. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you need an endless amount of player slots to be on any server. An account with a cheaper subscription can have one character on each world. If you have the cheap subscription, you can have one character per world. If you have the regular subscription, you can have 8 characters per world. Per world, by the way. I think there's also a maximum amount. maximum amount of characters you can have on an account in total, but there's a possibility that legacy accounts have extra space or something. But I'm just saying that you don't need an endless amount of player slots to be on every single world. Oh, by the way, Luceros shared this picture. Q Mentor Roulette. Get party in progress. Come into this. Also, very interesting. Have a see-through UI. Interesting. I'd never considered that, but that is an option. I don't think I'd do that, but I can see the benefits. You can more easily see what's happening here. Solo time. I am getting this Mensa clear, whether you want it or not. The way this happens, for anyone curious, is the tank leaves. Whoever's the designated leader of the random group gets a pop-up saying, would you like to replenish the rank, like your group? You click yes. Click yes. The mentor gets, you know, queue pop. Bing! You have a party in progress. They click yes. In the time frame from them basically getting the queue served, like the party in progress, to entering, everyone else has left. That's how this happens. It's very rare. Hey Toby, hope you're doing well. Also, hey A, hope you're doing well as well. Entry level subscription is 8 per server. What is the higher subscription then? Is that infinite? Or what is it? What if the leader presses no? Do they get to change their mind? I believe it puts like a blob over here, you know, like the player commendation stuff, just puts it over here so you can change your mind. Just more character total. Ah. Yeah, that is true, Jay. I don't know what you'd want an infinite amount of character slots for. What would you do with that? Just make a lot of characters to fill the servers with? Make an army of femros just to make the population data weird? Just make a bunch of male rows. Isn't femro less popular than male? We have point still stands. Just make a lot of characters so that when people try to make data on it, they're just like, what? Well, there's so many of those. Male row for scale. And yeah, I've also had that happen, Zaf. Some of you may recall in my Mentor Roulette series, there was that one time where I joined a party in progress. Screen faded out, and then faded in again, and it was still in Limsa. And just... Is there duty, Limsa Laminsa? Just pops up over on the right, Limsa Laminsa, savage! And then just get attacked by catgirls. No! Objective survive! Ilana says the cheap sub is 8 characters total per data center, so 8 on the same world if you want. The regular sub is 8 per world, limited to 40 per data center. Right, because there's like 8 worlds per data center? City roulette. Right then. So I have clips from Shaq, Zaf, Fubuki, Gazel, Lexi, and Kat. I also have an extra clip from Lexi. Actually, is Lexi here? It's actually here because we do have a... I don't think it's a super long clip, but it is a clip that I have here locally. Which I think would be really fun to just check. So what is this? This is apparently a replay of them attempting to produce the largest shield and see if they can tank a tank buster with no mitigation. Is that right? Limsa Savage is getting attacked by a bunch of rose and pink Zobligas. Not Hrothgas? It's like a where I usually hang out in Limsa when I'm just writing manuscripts and stuff. Sometimes there's a Hrothgar that shows up in a pink vest and pink booty shorts. It's cool. It's pretty nice. Interesting getup. See, this is a double tank buster that applies a vulnerability on the first hit, which means if you do not tank swap, your tank will die to the second hit. Unless they invuln it, normally. But if you take 0 damage from the first hit, then you won't take the stack, right? By the way, 49.9 million HP. There's already a big shield on you. There's 4 healers. Yes, see, here it comes. Divine Benison. Crit. E-Diag. Crassus. Physis. 2 heals from Keracholi. Shake It Off. Whispering Dawn. Mantra. Thrill of Battle. Physis again. Meditative Brotherhood. Nature's Min. Keracholi. Defiance. Expedient. Expedient again. Temperance. I think this... Did you run out of space? Where's the rest? Oh, there are defensive cooldowns here. I actually expected there to not be defensive cooldowns. Wait a minute. Are those not the... Question, is that not the debuff icons for the debuffs that the tank Moogles on Good King Mugglemark, God praise his fluffiness, isn't that the debuffs that those tank Moogles apply? Do I remember that wrong? I'm pretty sure it is. No bloodwetting. It's hard to say. It looks like the buff list here just overflows because you can see that it swaps. Like a moment ago, Vengeance and Rampart wasn't here. See, there's actual Brotherhood and Asylum. Yeah, that makes sense, Lexi. There it is. Overflow on the barrier. There is a buff cap, that is true, Perrin, but you can see that that's not what we're meeting here, because because when a buff ends, another buff just appears. There's like a limit to this list, it looks like. Normally it just switches to the next row. Maybe it has something to do with this replay system. Thunk. It looks like it did 0 damage, but didn't it say 24,000? Hey Alex, hope you're doing well. Oh, people are going over dying. How did the paladin die? Oh, they touched the edge and quickly charged in, just to make it look weird. Right. That was, of course, a clip that featured both Lexi, Capstriker, Gazla, and Giraheen, but it's a little hard to see who's who due to the names being cleared in the replay. Gleaming says, hey, whatever happened to the strategy board feature? Did that get implemented at all? I don't remember. Didn't they just talk about it? That's still amazing. Was it... Here, we know for certain that this shield is significantly over 160,000. Because the dots out there say that it's exceeding. But it is funny that a little hard to say how, like, whether the damage like hit through, because one of your max HP increasing effects ended in the same frame that the attack hit. Healers aren't necessary. Meanwhile, the board high-end healers. I know, right? It didn't hit through, otherwise they would have died. Does it one-shot through? Because doesn't it just do a lot of damage? If it just does a lot of damage... Oscar, I talked about that at the start of the stream. Twice. I think I also talked about it on the last stream. The long story short is, I don't really care. I don't think it's going to work. Nature will take its course. There will be more players playing healer to fill the void, if it's needed. Wait, so you're telling me my healers could be giving me shields for 3 times my HP and they just aren't? Yes, that's how. That's the way. Yup. They actually have a cooldown exactly for that. That is really cool. I recall, I think a few months ago, we had a talk about this specific subject. About the biggest possible barrier. In the Discord. We just, like, we didn't do anything with it, but it came up shortly after I put out the video about the biggest hit. And now we actually saw it kind of in action. And that is indeed done by stacking all the healing boosting effects. And that's also the reason why you saw so many healers. I don't know why you had 2 sages. Was it to try and get, like, to double chance it with a Eucration Diagnosis crit? Because the reason for that is that while Recitation guarantees a Adlo crit, the Eucration Diagnosis, I am pretty sure is bigger if you Zoe it, but you need it to crit, and you have no way of guaranteeing that. Um... We had only one Sage and Scholar single target mitigating me. The other two healers were for the Raid, Wide, and Bleed that came before. Ah. Also, hey Angel, hope you're doing well. Imagine wiping because you didn't get the crit Sage shield there. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm thinking that sucks. That sucks. Well, we have another one of the short ones here from Gassel. What is this trick about? I didn't quite get it from your explanation, Gassel. It said something about a trick or a strategy. Would you like to comment on that? Or do we just need to see it? P11S, I hope you love Bleed. Well, it wasn't that what we discovered, that they were like, well, to make healers more relevant, you put more bleeds on stuff. It's like you need to heal a lot after the fact. Pulling the boss near where Fire Sprite will spawn so that people don't go over everywhere not killing them. It's a marker. The target. Oh boy. That there is actually pretty smart. That's actually pretty smart. You know, I'm just saying, this is a DPS gain by not having to go anywhere and people remember, but why are you not auto-attacking the boss now? What are you doing? You're not auto-attacking the boss. You're losing out on precious book smacking here. You could have had 2 book smacks by now. Ah! I also want to add that this is actually a pretty nice way to greed on damage, just ignore the small sprites. It is pretty funny how it's reasonably common for people to not ignore the small sprites on this fight, or rather to not ignore them in this fight, but on the earlier boss, where like that's the only mechanic, people are perfectly fine ignoring them. Gleaming says, people are having real fun with markers lately. The other day I had a Castra Meridianum run where someone placed Sid, where Sid shows up with the Magitech armor. Oh yeah, that's a classic. People always used to do that back before they made it 4-man. I was more focused on being in auto attack range of the sprites. Fair. It was also just a joke, like mostly a joke, just while we're on the subject of excessive optimization. You know, the funniest part about the old version of, oh boy, of Castra Meridianum was that I had experiences where people were like, no, you can skip this pack. So, like, people would sneak around one of the packs to save time. But, then you'd reach the destination, and then you'd sit there waiting for Sid, and the people that were like, you can skip this pack, didn't consider the part where Sid will not move until you've cleared the way fully. I have had one run where he's basically wasted 3 to 4 extra minutes. Oh, nice. OG marker. Just because, oh, we can save 30 seconds by skipping this pack. That's always funny. And that's the thing, is that you could technically skip something, but you can't, because if you skip anything, then Sid will just stand there back there like, hello, you forgot something. Nah, I'm not a ninja. And then don't you look silly. Right, I guess we can do the second Castle clip while we're at it. Black Mage against normal. Oh, right, it's not well, it's Zodiac. Black Mage versus normal Zodiac. Hello! You're not very bloody useful right about now. Yeah, exactly, guys. It was really funny because back in the day, people would often think they had figured out some trick, and because no one ever did it, they thought, oh, it's just because everyone else are idiots. And then the day that that people finally followed their direction, you're just like, right, so why isn't it working? Oh, genius leader. And then they're just sitting there like, I don't know. And the note says Black Mage advice. Right. We've had this one before. There's no sound on this clip, I believe. Right, so I can note this about this UI again when we get in. I'm a bit surprised that you would play with this kind of UI with a job that maybe you're not as familiar with. I'm guessing you're familiar enough with Black Mage. Gazel normally plays with their actual hotbars hidden, so up here in the top left, they've put hotbars for us to see. Whereas normally this is all they have. Just this down in the bottom to track cooldowns with. But we have this up here for us to see. You cue trial roulette. Oh boy. Well, let's see what there is to see. Lots of muscle memory. Yeah, well, remembering where your buttons are. Looks like we have a tank first timer. Yeah, yes, the classic. What buttons do I actually have at this level? This wipes way too often nowadays in roulette? Really? Well, that looks pretty good so far. Oh, there was a moment of hesitation there, I think. That was strange. Let's see. Let me just rewind. It's a little hard to keep track. Let's see, fire 4. A lines fire 4. Nothing. Transpose. Attempted to fire 4. Attempted to fire 4. Blizzard? There's a little bit of a trip over yourself there. A little bit of a panic moment, I guess. Guess that works. You should probably have done a Blizzard 4 there. You don't remember the opener. Ah, yeah. Right. So let's take that one first. There's a lot to see. I'm down to 3. If we follow like the quote-unquote all-out opener that I have demonstrated in my videos, this looks pretty fine. If you know you have to walk forward, that's also fine. So you do Swift Cast, Fire 4, then you didn't do anything. So the rest of the opener would be Fire 4, Triple Cast, Despair, Mana Font, Fire 4, Despair. And at some point you'd also Sharp Cast it, but given you didn't have time to pre-cast, necessarily pre-cast Sharp Cast, and you don't have 2 charges, I can't be sure about that one. But yeah, that's the part, like, that's pretty common that confuses people, because, like, how many Fire Falls is it again? But yeah, you should probably have just done, like, Umbral Soul when things messed up, and then Blizzard 4, or something. But now you've caught yourself in an awkward position, because you will not be able to finish this fire state nicely. Therefore, now you have to do Despair. Has to be Despair. What did you cast? As that is getting fixed in Dawntrail, the rotation will be mandatory. Cancel used Fire 3 proc. Right. So, the reason why I'm sighing at that, Jay, is only at level 100 will that even matter to you at all. Because you will not have that property until level 100. Before level 100, it doesn't matter. And at level 100, you will have a guaranteed Firestarter proc on every Astral Fire state, and a Thunderhead on each Astral Fire state. So you'll have 3 instant casts, including the instant Fire Paradox. So maybe take a little bit and relax. Let's see what happens before our dreams are crushed. It'll be fine. And yes, I do plan to do that, Killer the Cat. And the reason why it's bothering me is because I've had this one a million times. People are just like, oh, someone said that the world is going under, so clearly it is. It'll be fine. And those worries won't even come until level 100. It won't matter in this fight, because you won't have the mechanic. You won't have the class feature. It won't be there. So wait a little bit. You have opinions regarding outlines? Not really. My opinion is this baby we had in Endwalker. We'll get something else in Dawntrail. People will figure something out. And yeah, people will find something out. I'm good, Ymir. It's just very tiring to hear the same story over and over again. Anyway, yeah, sorry for the outburst. By the way, thoughts on Healer Strike? I think I'm just gonna close the stream, everyone. I think we're done here. You sure you don't have Canadian blood? I have relatives in Canada. But they moved there. So, one thing that is causing some trouble here, I think, is because you didn't get the opener right, you never got to use Mana Font. But what I would recommend right here, because you have Mana Font and you have a triple cast, is what you can do at this moment is you can do Xenoglossy, triple cast, wait, what? Oh, there it is. Despair, Mana Font, Fire 4 Despair. That is pretty much the most, like, maximum value triple cast you can get. But you could do it at this very moment, but it has to be now. You can still do it with just Mana Font. There was a moment there where you weren't sure. You got hit by the mechanic. I have some questions about this line. Just rewinding to this spot, I think. Cast Despair. Then you get a little bit lost in the sauce here. Blizzard 3. Blizzard 3. You use Transpose. My recommendation, just like a general, like, Black Mage recovery strategy, if you reach a point where you're like, I don't remember what to do next. Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder 3, Fire 3, figure it out. Like, if you get stuck in Astral Fire, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder 3, try again. That's not very effective, like, if you're trying to actually do good damage, but if you're stuck, like, you're like, brain freeze, and you're like, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder 3, Fire 3. And if you are in a position where you're like, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, or you do Blizzard 3 and you're like, but I can't stand here casting Blizzard 4, then you just click Umbral Soul and run until you can do something. Like, both of these strategies are not good. You should not rely on them. But if you're learning something, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder, Fire 3. Like, basically, preferably you do Blizzard 3, Thunder 3, Blizzard 4. If you don't have a Thundercloud proc, so, you know, re-enter Fire with full MP guaranteed. But Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, and Thunder resets the state. So, like, you're back to the beginning, and you can just cast Fire 3 and go from there. So, like, if you forget where you are in your fire state, that's the way to reset it. It doesn't matter whether you have 1 or 2 or 3 Umbral Hearts left. Like, if you have 3 Umbral Hearts, just do Blizzard 3 and just hang out in Umbral Ice for a little bit. But, like, go back into Umbral Ice with 3, refresh your Umbral Hearts, refresh your Thunder. That, like, just using that as a crutch to give you time to go, okay, what went wrong? And then try again. This goes out to everyone trying to learn Black Mage. And by the way, this will work even better in Dawn Trail. I don't have to explain why that is, but I can tell you that Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder, try again, will actually work better in Dawn Trail. And you just, like, re-enter Fire 3, fully prepared, and try again. If you can't stand where you're standing to cast Blizzard 4, then you will do Blizzard 3. It's a really fast cast, so it'll be fine most of the time, and then you just spam Umbral Soul and run until you're safe. You're doing 0 damage, so of course, find a place to stand, but it's a way to find a chance to think, regroup, and go again. What you're saying is I should play Summoner? It's also an option. And Toby, there's no Black Mage is a little overwhelming for some players, but if you are interested in it, go for it. I'm sure you can do it. And see, the reason why I specifically latched onto you transposing out is part of the reason why you're having trouble recovering right here is that you don't have the, like, your spells are complete, everything's wrong. because you're in Umbral Ice 1. And also that, as Zav says, it's a lot easier when you start at level 1. Like, a lot of this with making sure that your astral fire state is just right is not important if you're lower level, because you don't have the things that make this important. Ooh, boy. Some of these things that I'm seeing here is also you getting punished for having a bit less spell speed, I think. I'm pretty sure that it is about to phase soon. Yep, here it comes. You should Blizzard 3 now. Oh no, he's hot! Darth says, I don't think starting at Thaumaturge Black Mage 1 is a good idea, actually. It teaches you to use Transpose and commits it to muscle memory when Transpose is the wrong move more often than not. I feel like, Darth, you're forgetting the part where your rotation changes at level 35. And you'll have plenty of time to figure that out. If you're saying, that's a bad idea because you'll already be stuck using Transpose because you learned at level 4... then I want you to know that Dragoons are taught at level 50 to do Chaos Thrust rotation, where they do that once and then 3 times or even 4 times full thrust. They have to get rid of that by level 56. So I think you're assuming people's muscle memory gets stuck a little too soon. Semia said... We're gonna do your clip? Yeah. I have that one for last. Ridiculous is what kind of tea are you drinking? I was drinking apricot and... peach and apricot tea. But that one ran out, so I'm just drinking water with flavor in it. Yo, another fire state with no Umbral Hearts. Exactly, Cat Damon. Dragoon doesn't have AoE for 40 levels. What does that teach? And you can teach an old dog new tricks. Saying that, oh, well, starting you on for the first 34 levels by demanding you use Transpose is a bad idea. Like, all jobs change as they level up. Which job has the biggest rotation change during leveling? There's a possibility that it is Black Mage. But they don't have, like, a lot of people heavily exaggerate how many times the job changes rotation. Like, exactly, Zaf. Everyone says Black Mage changes rotation every 10 levels. They change rotation level 35 and 60. That's it. Like, show me the rotation changes at level 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90. And if they're not just building on the rotation, then you win. But I'm almost confident most of them are adding to the rotation. Because I finally used Mana Font there. Yes! Wait, what did you use it for? You have a Fire 4. Triple Cast. Despair. Mana Font. Fire 4. Despair. Nice! Perfect! Not a fan of the of the transpose there, though. Another non-standard, I suppose. It just feels like, well, Zav, the thing is, it feels like every 10 levels, both because it might feel like that to you, but also because a lot of people keep, like, peddling this idea that Black Mage changes every 10 levels, but no one actually went to check. Because I should have actually included that in a Mythbuster video. You... wait. Yeah, it's probably fine. Don't think you could have done that extra fire 4. I have a question. Oops. Well, I suppose you wouldn't need to look because the meteor patterns are predictable, but it still is a little concerning that you didn't even look. No, the thing is, the exact pattern of that mechanic is always the same. So you don't have to look. Catdamon says, I think it feels like it changes every 10 levels because you only jump between 90 and lower levels. That's probably true. It's probably because people get the impression that it changes every 10 levels because a lot of the time you get to play Black Mage at level 90, Black Mage at level 60, and Black Mage at level 50 or below, which incidentally are like the 3 rotations. Or it kinda hits on all 3. You have the reliance on transpose rotation at level 1 to 34. You have the lack of reliance on transpose rotation at level 35 to 59. And then you have the fire 4 rotation level 60 plus. My tank isn't wait a minute. What? When did the... How? Did both tanks die at some point? Haven't you heard of Reaper tank? Umbral Soul? Umbral Soul? I'm impressed no one has said provoke. Not even the healers. Not even the Reaper has said anything. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Why is no one talking about the tank switch? No one saying anything in the chat. Why? I wouldn't be able to tell what they said if they said tank switch because it's all in Japanese, but no one's saying anything. Yeah, the warrior finally got it back by sheer force of will. JP truly built different. Oh, that was a blackout there for a moment. That's always concerning when the tank gets rest and they're like, I won't use provoke. It'll be fine. Uh-oh. So, I think the two primary... well, actually... Yeah, I guess two primary tips that I think would help Gazel is... First of all, Umbral Soul. Like, if you're in a situation where you can't cast anything and you're just, like, awkwardly running... If you click Transpose to switch to Ice because you're like, I can't keep attacking... then you're using Umbral Soul next. I would advise you to do that. That might not always be optimal, but, you know, it's better than doing nothing. If you're in an Astral Fire state and you're like, I don't know what to do, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder, Fire 3, and then just start over. And I don't recommend, like, what you did in this footage was every time you went, you pressed transpose, and you were like, right, I'm in Umbral Ice 1. And then, like, you ran around a little bit, maybe you cast a thing, and then when you had full MP, you cast Fire 3. Very slowly. I think it would be an upgrade to instead do Blizzard 3. There are transpose lines that involve just transposing out of Astral Fire. But they... Exactly. They often rely on using Ice Paradox, get up to Umbral Ice 2. But a key problem here is these lines require more than an Ice Paradox. When you switch to Umbral, when you actually wait, let's take that one. If you're using the transpose line where you transpose from Astral Fire to Umbral Ice and use Ice Paradox to reach Umbral Ice 2, you still need to stay there for 2 ticks. And once those 2 ticks are over, you should, under most circumstances, transpose into Fire and then use Fire 3 with a Firestarter proc. Yes, you can hardcast Fire 3 really slowly, but because you're not in Umbral Ice 3, you are lacking something. It's going to take twice the time. And if you're doing it that way, then you of course have to consider, can you cast the correct amount of Astral Fire Force that you want? Which is also limited by not using Blizzard 4 while in Umbral Ice. Like, non-standard is not that complicated when it really comes to it. As has been stated before, like, ultimately it boils down to enter Umbral Ice, cast exactly 2 things, like, stay there exactly as long as you need to, and then switch out. Gazel said, I believe at some point hard casting Fire 3 was still a slight gain when you have no Fire 3 proc. That's possible. The key thing is, if you hard cast Fire 3 from Umbral Ice, then it takes twice the time and still does 10% less damage. 20% less if you're in Umbral Ice 2. If you're in Astral Fire instead, Astral Fire won by transposing, if it's Firestarter, it's free. If it's not Firestarter, it costs 4000 MP, but it does 40% more damage than base. Which means that, like, you could do a line of enter Umbral Ice, do stuff until you have full MP, transpose Fire 3, and then you have 6k MP, which means you can cast 3 Fire Force and then Despair. Which is fine, you don't have time for much more than that anyway. But it is worth keeping in mind that it comes with a lot of asterisks and caveats if you just do it. And if you go into Umbral Ice without having access to Paradox, then you will have a hard time getting to Umbral Ice 2. And if you're stuck in Umbral Ice 1, it'll take you 3 ticks and a bit for to get full MP. 3 ticks and a bit. Which basically means 4 ticks. It's going to take you 4 ticks. If you use Lucid Dreaming, you might be able to make it just 3 ticks, but you have to remember that. And the thing is, like, this is something that I've talked about before, I think. Optimizing a mistake comes with the assumption that you're aware enough in the acting out the mistake itself that you remember the solutions to it. That's why I boiled down the I messed up, what do I do, to Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder start over, or transpose Umbral Soul, because if it gets more complicated than that, you're just not going to remember when you need it. And that's also fair, Gazel. I know that feeling. Going, like, you queue for a roulette, and then it's like, oh yes, it's the hardest thing with a rotation you're not super well acquainted with. It's always fun. I have that experience sometimes of queuing into something, and then, like, I land, there's a job I don't play that much, and my first action is this, and going, wait, what's my rotation again? That is an excellent question, Ymir. Why is that regular naked? Exam says, yeah, first time I queued as Black Mage after like 6 months without playing it, I got Voidcast dice. My recommendation is make sure if you haven't played a job much and you're like out of practice with it, make sure you queue for a roulette where there isn't anything in it that you wouldn't want to see. Right? Like, for example, like, when I queue for Mentor Roulette, just to give an example, I assume the worst. I assume the worst. When I queue for Trial Roulette, I assume the worst. Basically, like, maybe I'll have to fight Zodiac, right? At least I went up to second place on aggro a period of time. That's true. And concerning. If you're queuing as a job you don't know, hit a dummy for a while. That's a good idea, yeah. That is a good idea. Just as like a general tip. But yeah, like, I think you did okay overall. There was a lot of moments where, like, it seemed like you panicked, exactly as you said. You got a duty you were not expecting, and you did a lot of things that, like, I suppose kind of like recovery tricks that don't work if you don't have Ice Paradox. Which means you'd have to be level 90 for them. But yeah. And I know I'm repeating this a lot, but this is like advice for anyone picking up Black Mage. If you're low level, this won't work, but if you're high enough level to have like Umbral Hearts, which means like past level 60, if you get stuck in the rotation, go, I don't know what to do, and you're in Astral Fire, just cast Blizzard 3, fix your Umbral Hearts, reapply Thunder, regroup like that, and figure out what you do after that. And if you can't even do that, if you're high enough for Umbral Soul, transpose and just spam Umbral Soul until you know what to do. I think I've done that on stream, like, once or twice. Like, when it happens for me, it's usually if I get hit by a mechanic that I was explicitly not expecting to get hit by. Right? Like, I get hit by something like, oh no, oh no, oh no, I have to run over and be safe near the healer now. Like, suddenly I jump from, I've got this, pro Black Mage moves, easy mode, I'll just tank that AoE, and then I get hit by a different AoE from something else, and then suddenly I turn into like a little puppy going, help! I need benediction! I need assistance! And I'm just fleeing from all mechanics instead of, you know, thinking ahead and being big brain about it because something went wrong. Just call it Twister memes. If you're queuing on a job you don't know, queue into an ultimate raid, can only go up from there. Can you actually queue for ultimates? Like, can you queue for them? Will that actually work? Or do you have to have a pre-made? Okay, but what do you do when a healer rescues you out of a safe spot into an AoE? I think, not my most recent mental roulette, but one of the recent ones, there was one where I was playing... I think I was playing Monk in Saint Motion's Arboretum. Hard. I was going to move into a safe spot the last second, then the healer rescued me, which meant that I couldn't move while they rescued me, and the rescue grab didn't stop until the telegraph had ended, which meant that I got hit. And I just looked at it like, well, guess you'll have to heal me now. I couldn't do anything about it. Like, just, welp. Not anything you can do about it. Yeah, exactly, Vivi. That is a pretty good point. You take a deep breath and remember they thought they were helping, and cry a little if it killed you. And yeah, if it didn't kill you, you take a deep breath, remember they thought they were helping, and then remember that damage you took there was the healer's fault, so it's only fair that they fix it. If they can. Like, here's the thing, all of the damage you take is something, if you can help, help. Use second wind if you have it. But yeah, the amazingly freeing part of that is that you then land in a position where you're like, oh, awesome, I had no way of dodging that, so even if I had screwed up the mechanic, doesn't matter. It wasn't my fault now. The answer is /point. Actually, I do find it mildly, very mildly annoying if a healer rescues me when I'm Black Mage and I put down my ley lines. Because most of the time I know what I'm doing. You know, minus the part of the time where I don't know what I'm doing. Right? I know what I'm doing except when I don't. And when I don't know what I'm doing, you're supposed to save me. That's how this works, right? It's very annoying that you get rescued when you didn't need it. But sometimes you have to get rescued when you didn't need it to get rescued when you do need it. Is that a gunbreaker I spy? That is a gunbreaker you spy. But yeah, the reason why I find it mildly annoying is, for example... The specific cases where I would find it annoying is there are some bosses where I've actually figured it out, a boss fight so well that I'm like, well, if I put down my ley lines here, I can like make sure that I'm using an instant cast so I can weave mana ward and I can block the first mechanic that hits me. And then I can stay in my ley lines. But I need to put down my ley lines now. And I don't know where the safe spot is at the time when I'm putting down my ley line, so I just have to mana ward it. And the only thing I can do is swift cast, triple cast, whatever, weave mana ward and sure cast, just in case the rando healer don't trust me. But the thing is, in recent memory, I've not been goofed up by that. I haven't had a healer rescue me in such a situation. But it's very specific. It's specifically the one that I've done this a lot in is Aetherfont. Anyone that needs a little Galaxy Brain Black Mage tip for Aetherfont? The final boss will, shortly into the fight, summon tentacles for all of the platforms except one. But if you ley line right at the start, your ley lines will last through that mechanic, but will have started before you know where the safe spot is. So you will have no ability to place yourself for that. If you wait for your ley lines until you see the safe spot, then your ley lines will instead get memed on by 2 or 3 other mechanics. So waiting doesn't work either. Your best solution is just smash ley lines immediately. But that first tentacle slap, if you only get hit by one, then Mana Ward will block it at item level 552 average, which I have. Might be fine in just full augmented crafted gear, but the point is that at a certain item level, you can just block it. So I often do that. Like, I get to the final boss, I put down my ley lines, and then I just wait for the hit. Cat Demon says, I only rescue people with vulnerability stacks. If you haven't got hit, you deserve to do your thing. That's actually a good piece of advice. If people haven't gotten hit by mechanics yet, then they still get to have their the benefit of the doubt that maybe they know what they're doing. Jay says, I was asking because I got rescued in Puppet's bunker with the laser marker on me and it wiped another alliance. I'm actually reasonably confident that that rescue would be considered trolling. But one error isn't enough. Like, they'd have to do it twice, and there's a reasonably low chance they'd be allowed to do it twice. Like, it just won't happen twice. Galaxy Brain Pro tip. If you spend your triple casts in your burst, the breath attack on either front will be pointing at you. If you save your instant cast, the breath attack will point at the other side. Yeah, it feels like that, right? Every time I've saved my mobility options in a boss fight on Black Mage, the boss has decided to do it specifically the way where I don't need my mobility options. Every time I've spent them, the boss has been like, right, weak link discovered, and then just target only me. Darth, it is Ether Font. That's the dungeon with the polar bears, and the final boss is the big octopus creature, squid creature. It does give you vulnerability stacks per slap, but it only gives you vulnerability stacks if you take damage from it, as far as I know. Pretty sure. But one tentacle isn't enough to break Mana Ward. This thing of Alzadal's Legacy. Oh yeah, that's because one of the tentacles in Alzadal's Legacy applies a vulnerability stack where the other one applies a dot, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's actually one of them does one thing, the other one does the other. I think. So, like, it's not about, like, getting hit by both tentacles, it's about getting hit by the wrong tentacle, you could say. Although I would almost say that the dot might be worse. If you're only getting hit by one in total, of course. Right, so we have a clip from Shaq, who is here. They said, looking for advice on mitigation, pull advice, and things just not to do. Also features a funny Benediction Super Polite moment. Which is a classic. This is, of course, Castrum Meridianum. Some might say, well, there's nothing to worry about in this dungeon. But you will know that there is some things to worry about if you've ever had a bad tank in it or a terrible healer. There can be things to worry about, so there could still be something to learn here. Oh, there is sound in this one. Oh, that was Shaq's footage. Good. I will say, like, the thing with the tank stands is a really minor thing, but I actually find it very almost annoying when the tank waits until they've, like, halfway started running before they do something about it, because I'll be halfway in the middle of reminding them when they finally turn it on. That's a good start. One tip. Zoom out, like, a lot. You can't see anything. You can't see anything from here. If you zoomed out, you would actually be able to see the mobs chasing you. Zoom out. It looks cool, but you can't see, like, you can hardly see the mobs. There you go. There you go. I guess you just realized the problem. By the way, just a little relax for everyone. If you're hearing a lot of Discord noises, it's from the footage. So we have Rampart running from around here you could probably use Aurora without wasting anything. With in mind that the healer's also spamming Holy. This one is really awkward for Gunbreakers in this level range. At a certain target count, which is like 3, Burst Strike isn't worth using. I guess straight up it's not worth using. You mean this is why you're getting pinged so much? My guess is that Shaq has not turned off notifications for the Caetsu Chaiji CEH Discord server. And this happened when there was some discussion happening. It's just a guess, just a shot in the dark. I have entirely muted the notification sound because I like record and stream so much that I wouldn't be able to hear it anyway. It's your Eve Co-op server. Oh boy. But yet, with this many enemies, you should just ignore this. Like, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's really awkward. You don't have a spender for it, but yeah, just don't worry about it. But what we can see here is that it's really confusing you because I go back to this, use No Mercy. Here, this is a really... JL says, why didn't you pop your Nebula when you stopped running? Because they popped Rampart instead. I would also have used Nebula as the first one among them. Like, use Nebula for the first big pull and then have Rampart for the second one. But I didn't really worry about that because I feel like that's a little bit of like an opinion thing. Using Rampart first means that the shorter cooldown gets ready sooner. I've heard some arguments that if you use Rampart for the first pull and then, for example, Nebula for the second pull, there's a chance if the second pull drags on that you can use Rampart again if you need it. For that reason, I feel like it's unfair to go, oh no, you have to use Nebula first. Like it's a little bit subjective. The important thing is you used a big cooldown. You could have probably used it a few seconds sooner. At this moment... Needing mitigations and bosses in Final Fantasy XIV is a joke. It's a general piece of advice. Like, if it was me doing this, I would have probably used Nebula and Reprisal. Possibly. But there's also an argument to be made of doing nothing because the healer's going to stun everything, so I'll just use Nebula when the stuns are over, but you can't be sure the healer's actually going to do that, especially not when you're this unhealthy. Right, so my tip here, and this is a little bit nitpicky, choose any of the mobs with a lot of health. There's like a Zignifer here, 2 Warhounds here, 2 Hoplomarkers here with a lot of health. There's also this Warhound. Choose any one of them. Use Danger Zone while No Mercy is up. Sometimes it helps. Sometimes they all die at the same time anyway, but it doesn't cost you anything to do it. But that's really nitpicky. It's like a minor thing. It could help. It's just, you know, wasted damage if you don't do it. And here, I see that you're getting confused. At this moment, you're like, I have full cartridges. I should be spending them. You try to use Burst Strike. And I think this actually, like, this is why you were slow on the next GCD, was you weren't sure what to do with it. Then you did do Demon Slice. Then you hesitate again. So you Demon Slice again, because if you Demon Slaughter, you're generating a cartridge, but you don't have space for it, so... what do I do? So you Demon Slice again. Which is, of course, a DPS loss. You should have used Demon Slaughter. Now, you've decided, I'm just going to spend my cartridges. I'm going to kill this guy in particular. You could danger zone them, by the way, like if you really want to get rid of them in particular. And there you did do Reprisal just as Rampart ended. That's actually really good. Still, you could have used Aurora. That would have been nice. Like, that would have helped a lot. You also still have a chance to use Danger Zone, but you haven't. You use Burst Strike again. Another thing... So when I said I would keep, like, we have 2 pulls, this is the second pull. Because you saved Nebula, well, you also used Camouflage here, that's fine. For this pull, you will have Nebula, Arm's Length, maybe a Reprisal. You still have Aurora. See if you use it. You can still use Aurora, by the way. It wouldn't be bad because you're a little low on HP. The healer could also use Regen on you, but that's their problem, not yours. Should probably have sprinted, by the way. There's a mob wreaking havoc over there. You should taunt that. I know you, man. And here you do the burst strike thing again. Yeah, I will not comment on it from now on. Just reminding, you don't need to... Now you did actually spend Danger Zone. The problem here is that now Danger Zone will drift out of No Mercy. Yeah, the important thing is you generate nothing from spending your cartridges. So if it's a DPS loss to spend a cartridge, just don't, Lamau. Just don't. Ilana says, keeping you in touch, the support has already solved my friend's problem, the one-time code thing. Thank you again. Thank you for letting me know. There was a, what is it, Jartan Cobbled earlier said that support cannot help. Very nice to know that you actually got help really quickly. So if anyone's wondering about this, if you mess up and don't have access to your one-time password, contacting support works. And it turns out it actually works really fast. Thank you, Ilana. Yeah, that is actually weird, Shaq. I'm pretty sure that OBS has like stream protection that it enables automatically, which should block that. I don't know exactly because I just went into the settings and turned it off, and then later they added that stream protection feature. And I'm just like, well, I already turned your notifications off. Like, I've just muted them completely. It's fine for me. I'll just see the notification. And yeah, exactly. It's a Discord feature. But yeah, you should either move over here. Move over here. That guy's ranged. Move over there. Continue your AoE. Or provoke him. You should still move over there, but you should provoke that guy. You can tell on the enemy list here. I think I go over this in my tank guides. Like a tank 6 tips for tanks video. The red ones are targeting you. The green ones are absolutely not targeting you. The yellow ones are getting closer to targeting you. The orange ones will probably target you if you keep attacking them. But the red ones are targeting you, which means if you're wondering if there's any mobs on the loose as a tank, look for non-red gems. Sometimes there's more enemies than the enemy list will offer you, so not much you can do there. But the ones you can see at the very least, you can deal with. You can see this. You can see this. You can see that it's not shooting at you. And so you should move over there. It's a little problematic because the healer's going to stun everything, but yeah. There's a moment there where you hesitate again, I think. Choose the burst strike again. I won't mention it anymore. Aurora. You did use Aurora, nice. You used Reprisal a little while after Nebula ran out. Quite a while after. You didn't use Arm's Length. You could have used Arm's Length. Right, Toby, enjoy your day. It seems like the bard has decided to single target it down. Fine, I'll kill you first. You did actually use arm's length for its defensive components here. Danger zone. Danger zone. Highway to... That was danger zone. I think a big thing here is that you're hesitating a lot, which causes you to spend a while not doing anything, like there. And that's also true, Jay. Normally arm's length is better used on trash pulls. But I guess the important thing is that Shaq did use it while he was while they were mostly being attacked by trash mobs. Hey Gireen, hope you're doing well. The important part was that it was used at all. Here's another tip. When No Mercy is not running, Burst Strike should only be used if your next GCD will generate a cartridge, unless there's a lot of mobs. By the way, hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. But yeah, that one was probably not necessary. You're spending your weight, like you're losing a lot of damage on using Demon Slice. If we just ignore the part where you're often just standing there, thinking about what to do next. I suppose that works. Sure, Cat. We can do that. You remember which combo step you're in? You could use Aurora here. You could also, you did use Nebula. I was just about to say that Nebula might be an idea. Like, preferably you'd want to do it before you drop low, but you did use it. Here there's also an argument to be made that it's fine to burst strike the boss because you want to kill the boss right now. Like in this particular duty, you might want to prioritize that. But I still stand by that you should really only use burst strike outside of No Mercy if your next GCD will generate a cartridge. And this is a little bit confusing, you might not even be aware of this, but Burst Strike does not break your combo. So you can go Demon Slice, Burst Strike, Demon Slaughter if you want. That might help you a lot, Shaq. That Burst Strike does not break your combos. Ha! Wow! The White Mage is ready for a speed run. Nice. Good sprint. Some more pings. That White Mage also has places to be. Yeah. What you can do here, and that's minor optimization, is you can use Lightning Shot while you're running if you like. I'm sorry, Emir. Aurora is probably an idea. Oh, man. Oh, no. There it is. Just saying, Shaq. Just saying real quick. It never fails. If you have a random... Like, if you're a Gunbreaker and your healer is a White Mage, or you're a White Mage and your tank is a Gunbreaker, if you wait for the other person to do their thing, it never fails. The moment you go, okay, I can't wait anymore. I have to jump into action. I have to do my thing. Boom. Half a second later, they do their thing. It's a classic. Like, everyone knows that you're not supposed to do this. But what can you do about it? Like, this is the same problem as the res macros. You shout out that you're going to res. Yeah, but the other healer clicked Swift Cast in the moment while you said that, so you can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do is wait until the other healer tries to Swift Cast and hope that they're doing it. So there's nothing you can do. Like, there's nothing you can do to avoid it, because it's just going to be a misunderstanding. Like, you're just going to trip over each other. So the fact you recognized the problem, I was like, yeah, I know. That's good. There's nothing you could have done different. Like, the only thing you could have done different is if you had been a second quicker on Super Polite, or if, alternatively, you see... At this moment... The healer has not actually clicked Benediction yet. You are less than 1 second away from death. That was the moment they clicked Benediction. Now, it took like half a second and you moving before you clicked Super Polite. So you actually did have enough time that you could probably had gone, wait a minute, I'm at full HP now, and just not done anything. But you had probably already like mentally queued that I need to use Super Polite now. So you weren't even looking at your HP bar. You were focusing on, I have to click Super Polite now. Also, Anime Freak says, sorry I missed a review of my screenshot, but the transparent hotbars are because I have an OLED I'm trying to prevent burn-in. Correct. Someone else actually mentioned that as a possibility. So, nice. Fair enough. And yeah, I agree, Zav. I would never have waited that long as a White Mage. The White Mage probably was just a surprise. Now, they're of course in the position of, oh man, I just used Benediction. And they also said Zaj in the chat afterwards. I don't know, Cat Damon. I don't mind when the healer uses the rescue to pull you forward if it doesn't like get in the way. I felt like that rescue was perfectly fine. There's the region. It's right there, actually. Mm-hmm. I think what was happening there, JL, is that perhaps the healer was expecting Shaq to be tankier than they are, and then they realized that they have to maintain it a bit more. That's not to say that Shaq isn't as tanky as they could be, just more that the healer was expecting not needing to heal, perhaps. Yeah, the thing is... Yeah, that is true. The cooldowns in general are hanging there a bit, like No Mercy and Danger Zone right now. They could probably have been used, especially if you use Danger Zone there. Hey, Riddlian. Hope you're doing well. The many Discord pings. Yeah, by the way, the Discord pings are coming from the video we're looking at. What happened there? was that intentional? And the skip. For the next boss, you just snap your fingers and the boss is gone. Didn't know we were watching a clip of Mr. Popular. New boss 2 skip? Yeah. I wish I had this power sometimes. Boss strike. The second boss decided to not show up for work today. It decided to participate in the strike. That should be just as tanky as most level 50 tanks. Well, actually, I would say that Gunbreaker is the tankiest of the tanks at level 50, because where the other tanks, like the only one that even has a horse in this race in terms of tankiness is Paladin, because they have Sheltron. But Gunbreaker has Camouflage and Aurora, where Warrior has Thrill of Battle, which heals you a bit. And Dark Knight has Dark Mind. But Paladin does have Sheltron, which is a little bit more helpful in terms of damage reduction, but Gunbreaker has Camouflage and Aurora, so Gunbreaker should actually be the strongest defensively of all the tanks at level 50. And they also have really good damage. Like, it's a classic. When you see a job get synced down, they have a tendency to be really, really good when synced further down than, like, their minimum level. Pauses on a coffee break, it just comes out like, all right, where's the... Wait, where did everyone go? You think I got DC from the game? Oh, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, when we say a job, like a tank is really tanky, it's not so much about whether the job is taking less damage. It's more that a really good tank player who uses their cooldowns well will feel tankier than the exact same job in the exact same gear, but they're garbage. It's like, it's a feeling thing. Yeah, fair enough that you cut out the second boss. If you don't feel like there was anything interesting happening there, that's totally fine. Da-da-da-da! Trash packs! That sounds about right, Jay. A good tank means they're easier to heal and to DPS more, and a great tank makes you wonder why you were needed at all as a healer. It's a dungeon, no class is inherently needed. Yeah, I guess so. Something like that. Did you know a Sage can solo cast Remedianum? Yeah, did you know a Scholar can solo cast Remedianum synced? And also Sage can do it too. Right, so, well, first of all, make sure to switch to that one. We're watching Cat Demons Next Day requested because they'll have to go soon. So in terms of advice, I think the biggest one is ABC, always be casting. Make sure that GZD is always spinning. You have... I know this is a little weird of a suggestion, but you have about 2.5 seconds after each GZD to figure out what to do next. Just about. So make sure you spend that time figuring out what to do next. Instead of thinking further ahead, make sure you think about what am I clicking next. When you figured that out, then you can start thinking about OGCDs. It'll go faster once you're used to what you're going to do next. Second thing, Burst Strike is not really worth using on 3 or more targets, which means in a rather large level range, I believe it's until level 72. Yeah, when you reach level 72, you can use Fated Circle. But before that, it's not really worth using. The reason, on 3 or more target, the reasons for that is that Demon Slice, Demon Slaughter is a combo with an average potency of 130 between them per target, which means that on 3 targets, they actually do 390 per GCD. Yes, Demon Slice does less, Demon Slaughter does more, but on average, they even out to 390 on 3 targets, and Burst Strike is only 380. So you don't want to use Burst Strike when there's 3 or more targets. Even though it means you're wasting cartridges. You're throwing out cartridges you didn't want anyway. Like, you'd use Demon Slice, Demon Slaughter, even if they didn't generate cartridges in that level range on that particular amount of mobs. The third tip is actually also related to Burst Strike. Instead of spamming Burst Strikes out to spend all of your resources whenever you have them, use whatever GCDs you want to do. If you're going to, like, if you're in a target count where you're going to use Burst Strike, meaning 1 or 2 targets, or, for example, the Black Eft, where maybe you'd want to use Burst Strike on just the Black Eft to kill him a little faster. It's like a specific case, a little bit like the Halatali thing that Gazel showed, where you just ignore the small embers because they don't do very much damage when they reach the boss, so it doesn't matter. But what you do is you go, for example, on single target, you go Keen Edge, Brutal Shell. Then if you're already on 2 cartridges, you go Burst Strike, Solid Barrel, so that you spend the cartridge, gain a new one. Keen Edge, Brutal Shell, spend the cartridge, get a new one. And the reason why you're doing this is so that when No Mercy comes up, you can just smash No Mercy and go Burst Strike, and then continue rotation. And then while No Mercy lasts, you spend Burst Strikes as you get them. It's a little bit like the Paladin priority rotation that some of you may know, where when you use Fight or Flight, the priority like flips on its head, because while you don't have burst, while you don't have your burst, you're generating resources and you only vent them when you don't have, like, when you can't generate anymore. Like with Paladin, you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then you start spending atonements because they're worse than Holy Spirit. And then you spend your Holy Spirit, and then you generate new resources, and then you go Fast Blade, Riot Blade, and then you spend again. Same idea with Gunbreaker. You just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then you go, I don't have space for anymore. Spend some, generate more. Spend some, generate more. And you spend them just before you'll generate more, so that you spend as little time as possible lacking a cartridge. Just in case No Mercy comes up while you do Keen Edge, Brutal Shell. You'd rather have 2 cartridges for that. A thing I don't know if this actually caused that problem, but because you were sometimes down to 0 cartridges when No Mercy came up, you had No Mercy and were like, well, I shouldn't use No Mercy now because I don't have any cartridges, I need to build up again. So like this removes that problem as well. And generally, unless the trash pack you're currently dealing with is going to die in like now, like if you don't get the value out of No Mercy, then don't use it, of course, but otherwise, you should mostly use No Mercy on cooldown. And if you use Danger Zone during No Mercy, Danger Zone will do more damage. So you want to make sure that every time you use No Mercy, you use Danger Zone, and 30 seconds later, you use Danger Zone again, so that it's on cooldown. Because it has a 30-second cooldown and No Mercy has a 60-second cooldown. If you use both of them on cooldown, then every second Danger Zone will naturally land in No Mercy. And you want to use Danger Zone even on AoE. The weird part is, and I kind of highlighted this in the first big pull, that if you actually want to get value out of Danger Zone, is you have to figure out which of these enemies will die last, and use Danger Zone on that one. That might change which mob will die last, but basically, I talk about this in my video on running dungeons faster. Yes, I have a video on that. An AoE pull is as long as the last mob takes to die. So if you prioritize attacking the healthiest mob with attacks that are single target only, or has like, you know, majority damage on a specific target with like damage fall off on AoE, then you make the fight shorter by killing off the tankiest mob a little bit quicker. That reduces the total length of the pull. And using single target options like Danger Zone that do not have an AoE alternative is almost like it's always good because it doesn't cost you anything. Like, it's free. If you have the OGCD space to weave it. And defensive cooldowns, I think you actually did pretty good. The important part is every time you started a pull, you used a big cooldown. I'm not going to be super nitpicky on whether you use Rampart or Nebula. Some people like to use Rampart first, some people like to use Nebula first. There's an argument to be made that if you know the dungeon, you might know that maybe the second AoE pull is actually a little scarier, so you want Nebula for that one. Or maybe the first pull is scarier, so you want Nebula for that one. Or maybe because the second pull is scarier, it means you have even more incentive to use Rampart first on the first pull, because then maybe it comes back during the scary second pull. There's a lot to think about there, but as long as you use a big cooldown, like when you reach your destination, then you did well. What you then also have is options like Reprisal, which you can also use. You actually made pretty good use of that, and I feel like a lot of tanks forget that, so I think that's important to note. You could also use Arm's Length more, but you also did use that, so I don't really have anything to say there. In terms of pulling, the way I saw you do a lot was Lightning Shot and then Demon Slice. My recommendation for a change to that is, the way I do it is, if there's... And just leading with this style is by many apparently considered very hard, especially on a controller. If there's up to 4 targets that I'm running towards, and I specifically want to pass them, like I'm going to continue past them, then I will use Lightning Shot on the first mob, tap to target the second mob, use Provoke on that one, which is an OGCD, then I'll tap to target the third mob, use Lightning Shot on that one, and then I'll tap to target the fourth mob. By this point, I'm usually passing the pack, so it's really important that I've targeted it, because if I pass him, it's going to be really, really hard to actually target it. Then I use Lightning Shot as I run past. It's not uncommon that the fourth mob will get like a free sucker punch on the healer or a DPS as we run past. But the thing is, they're not made of paper mache. They can take it. They can take a punch. That it makes them feel alive. You just Lightning Shot that one, and then you just continue forward by not stopping to AoE anything, but using a really powerful enmity focused attack. All 4 mobs will be glued to you until you reach the destination. It's like putting them into the car for a long trip on a vacation. And then you just keep running. And then when you get to the second part of the pull, you AoE those as you run past. If there's more than 4 mobs, if there's more than that, I usually run at them. Of course, I sprint before in both cases. I demonstrate this in many of my videos. I will run like headfirst into the pack, and then I'll use Demon Slice when I'm sure I'll hit all of them. And then I will do like this like zigzag motion as I continue forward to slow myself down a tiny bit so that I stay in range of all of them or most of them, and then I do Demon Slaughter so that I get like an extra strong layer of enmity on them, and then I continue onward. Because I'm sprinting, it's not a big deal that I slow down a little bit right there. The important part is I'm slowing down, I'm not stopping. Because if you stop, you confuse the DPS and the healer. It doesn't matter whether you're like, I'm just stopping for 2 seconds, you stopped. So you need to continue forward. One thing you can do with a pull like that is if there's one mob that is like really far away, like either like really far to the side or way in the back, you can provoke that one. And the reason why you provoke it is so that your GCD isn't spinning, so that you can Demon Slice the moment you're in range. So you provoke the one that is like weird, and then you demon slice everything when they're close. And then you do the zigzag and then demon slaughter. It might not be necessary in every group. It is usually more important with something like a summoner in your group, because they will often do something like Dreadworm Trance or Bahamut, and then Death Flare just go boom, and then you're like, why don't I have aggro on anything? And that's because they did a lot of damage. So, like, I'm mainly giving all of these tips for pulling because it gives you some options. The reason why I don't really like the lightning shot into Demon Slice is that you can do that, but it's really important that you lightning shot the moment that you're in range so that you have a chance of your GCD being ready as you pass them with Demon Slice. Just wait until the Pixomancer AoE burst hits. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know why you'd specifically want to apply your AoE dot to them there, JL. It's just fine to do Demon Slice, Demon Slaughter. If you want, you can, but that means Bioshock isn't going to be available during No Mercy, which is a DPS loss. Isn't that SOP? What do you mean, Ridillian? Ridillian. Perrin Provoke does over 4,000 potency worth of enmity, and it stacks with your tank stance. Lightning Shot, which is actually the a shared first place on strongest enmity, like increased enmity attacks, is 750 because it's times 5. The Provoke does several times more enmity than Lightning Shot. Several times more. So that's why I often make sure to use Provoke for that. And it's pretty funny because it was 2,000 potency enmity in Shadowbringers, and then they buffed it. And the reason why I say it's over 4,000 is because I tested it briefly to check if it was still 2,000, only to find that, like, it was at least twice that. Like, at least twice that. But it was probably more than twice that, which is why I say it's more than 4,000, possibly, because I'm not actually sure. And yeah, that's also a good strategy, Zav. There's, like, some dungeons, like, for example, there's the 2 chunky bird guys in Vanospati, or the 2 big birds at the end of Caetsu's Hyperborea, where where there's 2 mobs, and it's not a bad idea to just provoke one and then target the other. If you can mark the one that you're focusing, that's not a bad idea. Then it says, I search your character on the load center. I see you have one on both Chaos and Light. Which one do you play mostly? My character on Light is a stream-only character called Small Kai. It is going to log in once per week, and it will go on a hiatus when Storm Trail comes out. You can also see on those 2 characters that one of them has all jobs maxed out and a lot better gear, where the Small Kai Lalafell has only a few jobs maxed out. My character on Chaos is this one, and it is my main. El Pickler says, is that top of enmity plus 4,000? It's top of enmity plus an imaginary attack that does 4,000 potency worth of enmity. So if one potency does 100 damage, hypothetically, then 100 and then 1,000 would of course do, let's see, 100,000, which would mean provoke would do 400,000 enmity. And then if you add tank stands on top of that, it would do 4 million. It is a lot. It is a ridiculously huge amount. It's just that it does 0 damage. It would be nice if they had actually listed the potency somewhere, because it's really weird. Here's the funny thing, is that there's a lot of players that will still swear that provoke does top of enmity +1. But that has not been the case since Shadowbringers, which is closing in on 5 years ago, by the way. Anyone feel old? And the reason why that's funny is because whenever they're corrected, they're like, yeah, well, it used to be like that. And it's like, you've probably been playing this game for years. Surely you've noticed. Surely you've noticed. Like, that's the funny thing, is that sometimes I, like, make some demonstration in my Mythbuster videos, and someone will be like, well, it used to be like that. It's like, yes, 5 years ago, or 7 years ago, if it's like something like in Heaven's Ward, it's so long ago that the only reason that you don't know that it has changed is because you checked once and then never checked again. They've only played Blue Mage since then, yeah. Right, is Cat Damon still here? Or did I miss them? They're taking too long. You're still here. Great. So Cat Damon. So recently we had a run of Tsukuyomi Extreme with, I believe, Emiya and Cat Damon. And then Cat Damon decided to solo it. There is sound. It's just a little quiet. Yeah, Cat is him. Yeah, that's also true, Dart. That's also something I think we've demonstrated on stream. Acquiring a buff applies buff enmity. That is actually what causes applying regen to your tank while they're pulling to sometimes give the healer aggro. It's not because the heal heals, it's because applying regen generates enmity. And using your tank stance is a buff, which actually generates like an okay amount of enmity. It's not like a lot. If people are attacking, it probably won't work, but if you spam your tank stance, it will actually generate AoE enmity. It's really funny. Now, while we're on the subject, ninjas using mudras, you know, hand signs 10 Chi Jin, also generates enmity because it applies a buff. To test if it will hold aggro on a Blizzard Wizard. It might, actually. Yeah, the problem with soloing this duty is, like, I'm pretty sure the only problem is the meteors. And I do know that Cat did give me a timestamp for when the meteors happen. But I do think it's fine to watch the whole thing. Sometimes I wish that when you sped up videos on YouTube, they'd get like the chipmunk sounds. Sometimes. The rest of the time I'm like, good they don't. because that would be really, really weird. See, it's not even close. And here now it starts. I believe one part of this also relies on switching state exactly right or something. It just in the last moment on 4 stacks is swapped. And there on 3 stacks got the safe spot. Face over, boss free. Then that's really nice. I believe if you don't gap close, the meteors will drop on top of each other or something like that. And like when you see it done perfectly, it doesn't look very hard, does it? Oops. It looked like you're even trying to do the mechanic right, and then you just get hit. Yeah, if I have Tsukuyomi Extreme in my Wondrous Tales, I'll just not do it. Like, I'll do something else. It's fine. It's actually, I'm pretty sure I have. I'm pretty sure I actually have Tsukuyomi Extreme in my Wondrous Tales, and I instead did E11. Like, I queued for it. I couldn't be bothered to try and solo it. I just queued for it. Yeah, nice. Let me just see. Yep, there it is. Tsukuyomi Extreme. Did this one instead. Never noticed that you can't actually mouse over them once your book is done. Remember, everyone, don't hand in your tomes. Don't hand in your Wondrous Tales this week. You need it for XP and Dawn Trail. Nicely done, cat. Right. Wondrous Tales does not keep up with the stuff you have unlocked. If you're below level, if you don't have a job at level 90, it will only offer level 1 to 60 content for you. If you have a single job at level 90, then this third column appears, and anything goes. They'll just give you a Seed of Sacrifice to and be like, oh, you're only in Stormblood, sucks. You'll have to figure that one out. Right, so I have clips left from Lexi, Fubuki, and Zaf. We can do the Zaf one. That is, let's see, another Sildine Subterrane. That's, is it Criterion? It's just Criterion. It's not Criterion Savage. You edited it quite a bit. Fair enough. That's fine, Lexi. I'm trying to make sure we actually get through all of the clips we have left. I was actually thinking about that, Zav, that this takes a while, doesn't it? Are you sure? Dragonose says, I wonder if they'll push back the max level stuff when Dawn Trail comes out, or leave it at 90. Given that it was 80 in Shadowbringers for the Wondrous Tales, they'll probably say that just like that it'll give you anything in Wondrous Tales if you have a level 100. It is interesting how the trash packs in these criterions are so scary. It's like a mini boss, each of them. It's the shared party raid we were talking about. Yeah, true. They give everyone one each. Something like that, Darth. I don't think they'll ever give you Endwalker stuff to do. I'm pretty sure. No, wait. That's wrong. They can absolutely give you the extremes from the current expansion. They have one slot that can be that one. One, and I'm pretty sure it's a maybe. Blip. Knockback immunity. Wait, slow? Does it apply slow to you? Why did you... Oh, do you fully resist that by resisting the knockback? You see, I don't actually know about that, Orkney. Because I haven't seen enough of them to be sure. But they can absolutely give you something that you haven't even unlocked. Because the only thing it checks for is, are you level 90? Do you have a level 90? A convenient time to be a paladin. It's an interesting weave, but I get it. I get it. Here it says, I don't think you can get Endwalker extremes before finishing Endwalker. That was a 6.5 change because of spoilers. I don't know. All I know is that I've heard people complain about exactly getting spoiled by that, but I don't know if they were like getting spoiled by that or they were like saying people could get spoiled by that and, you know, defending others, not realizing that it might not actually be a problem anymore. Oh, you had royal authority! No! The deeps! No! Yeah, that is true, Zero. A line stack just requires you to be in the line. You don't have to be exactly near where the line stack is. I think a lot of the time people move anyway because they don't want to risk it. Oh, the blade! The final blade! No, the damage! The damage! Uh-oh. No, the GCD drift! No! I'm kind of exaggerating this because, like, earlier we were also talking... By the way, intervene? Hello? I'm just mainly because, like, we also talked about this for Shack, but it might be nice to know that, like, this also happens at max level. This happens in actually hard content. It's like, it's not... We're not all perfect, right? Sometimes there are other things that are more important. Uh-oh. Healer dead. Oh, hallowed ground time. Is anyone gonna rest a healer? They just nope. You're the weakest link. There you go. If only Paladin had a raise. They do! In this particular instance, they do. That's alright, Requiescat makes variant raise instant cast. Yeah, that's true. But I believe the variant raise in Criterion is just a regular GCD worth of cast time. Ah, the red mage excuse, yes. Understandable. My damage, though. Yeah, that is true. A while back, we actually did the Alo Alo Island Criterion a little bit on stream. We did it blind, so if you actually go back and watch that stream and be like, why are they not just doing the strat? Why are they doing all this? We went in blind. So we actually had to figure things out ourselves. Sometimes people would give a hint. Oh, that's really interesting. Is the blade combo always instant even if you don't have Requisite? Yeah, it is always instant. It's just that if you don't have Requisite, the damage sucks. Like, mega sucks. So you don't really want to use it. Like, it's okay. Like, it's better than nothing, I guess, but you don't really want to use it. Like, I think each step loses 500 potency if you don't have Requiescat. So you really, really don't want to do that. It's been a while. Isn't Criterion a short race, but everyone only gets one charge? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 500 is insane. It's so much that it doesn't even matter that you can, like, if you waste it on Holy Spirit, it sucks. Like, crazy hard. Like, it doesn't even matter that you can still use the combo, but why would you? At that point, why would you? And then the other ones? Then that's not some nice editing. And then we got to the boss, and then time passed, and then we pulled. Yeah, before the Paladin rework, the way that it worked was that Confiteor actually, like, similar to Communio, for example, just deleted the rest of your Requiescat combo. So you actually wanted to use Holy Spirit 4 times, and then Confiteor. And then the Blade combo, like, was just what followed. But then they reworked Paladin. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Ah, okay. They go down there and then there, right? Not quite. I think I misunderstood one of them. El Pickler, did you also use Fight or Flight, physical GZDs, and then Requisite? And then the magic combo? You knew that one? Okay. It is pretty funny, because there were some players that believed that Fight or Flight never only boosted physical damage. They'd probably be delighted with the rework. Then there's also players that, I think they're rare now, there were some players that believed that Fight or Flight still only boosted physical damage. You know, Brontom, the funniest thing that could ever happen is if they gave Paladin a raise, but it had like 10-second cast time, but Requiescat would skip it. but paladins just never use it because more damage? That would be so funny. So after the Paladin rework, you basically never use mana, so you have it for Clemency then. I never play it, and it feels strange when skills regen mana, but you don't use mana. Your burst, both Holy Spirit costs 1000, Confitia costs 1000, and the Blade combo costs 1000 each. Before the rework, the Blades combo actually recovered MP. But with the rework, your burst actually costs 5000 MP combined. So you have a regular spending of MP. It's just that you recover slightly more MP than you need. Because a full melee combo, like the full 7 steps, recovers 2200, I think? Depends on how much Atonement gives. I think Atonement is 400 per. No! The Holy Spirit was there! The Atonement stack was there! 400. So yeah, 2200, and then every 30 seconds, Expiation recovers 500. So... And of course, every 7 step also spends 1000 on Holy Spirit, but that still means that every 7 GCDs you have a surplus of 1200, and in a 60-second time span, you will passively recover 4000. So for each burst, Paladin needs 5000, but each full 7-step combo, of which they get like 2 or 3 of per minute, they'll generate 1,200 surplus. And then they also have an extra 1000 surplus from Expiation. And then they also generate 4000 passively. So they actually have a lot of MP to spare. That would also be pretty funny. They give Paladin raise, but it costs all 5 stacks of Requisite. I still stand by. I wonder if Paladins would actually use it. It would be really funny. But more damage. Exactly, Elpicla. They would absolutely never use it unless there's anyone else that can raise. Oh no. I can kind of see the mechanic, but it's also very confusing. At least you had space. Shiro says, if you gave Paladin a raise that used a stack of Swordos and cost a single GCD, they'd still never use it. You know, there'd probably be some. We reworked Clemency to be a raise. DPS loss, it sounds like to me. Oh, there's numbers on them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, I don't get it. Nope, I don't know what they were for. I feel like something they could do with Clemency is maybe nerf the potency a bit, make it an OGCD and make it available after No, actually, make it a little weaker, make it an OGCD, make its potency greater when you have a buff that is provided by Royal Authority. Could be Divine Might. And then the OGCD means that you don't lose DPS by using it. That way you can use your surplus of MP when you need it. Oh my god. I think I actually remember this from normal, like from the variant version, and now like it wasn't this much, but it was very confusing. This mechanic kind of reminds me of a boss in Rapid and Steel, which that boss I hated. It was like its gimmick was teleporting. You have to grab the one assigned to you. Ah. Exactly. Sorry. Blarg. Well, at least it gives magic vuln. So, like, as long as you don't get hit by 2 of them. Spend mana to charge Shield Oath. Another person needs to protect by stepping in between. Ah, I see. It is a bit of a shame that the secret boss isn't included in the Criterion version. Maybe we'll get a meta Criterion with all the secret bosses one day. Wow, that would be wild. It seems very difficult to follow what the mechanics are, but that was very well done, Zav. I do think something that is interesting to point out in a situation like this is because, like, I talk about, like, oh, you could have done this better, you could have done this different, you should have done this different, like, you could have done these things better. But seeing that even in, like, really hard content, players aren't playing perfectly is probably very nice to know for some of the more casual players, because it feels like, okay, I don't have to be perfect to, like, advance to harder content. Because that is actually a common problem that casual players are like, I would like to try Extreme, but I can't, like, do a perfect rotation from start to finish, so I can't even get started. It's too scary. I'm like, you don't have to do that. Just try. Like, just get it started. See if you can. We'll take it from there. Like, my first experience with the Criterion in Alo Alo, you'll see that if you actually check that old, like, that stream VOD, is that we pulled everything and immediately died. Because, like, let's see what happens. It didn't go well. You can, I believe, you can pull everything, but, like, you really need to know what you're doing to do that. Is that Gen Z, guys? Yeah, that was in the recommended. And exactly, Shiro, the reason why it is pretty common to see some mistakes when people like beating a boss for the first time is exactly that. Sometimes the most important part is not dying.
Tell me, for whom do you simp? For the world for the world of man to slap, one must drag the world.
If you go blind into Criterion Dungeon, not knowing what you expect, will you get destroyed? Yes. Speaking from experience, you will have trouble. But you will have to learn. It's not meant to be beaten in one sitting.
Are the 12 otherwise tweaking?
See, Lexi had something about a second video for the last bit. When is this? Oh, that's a little strange. Right, so about when it's about 33% on this boss. Yeah, exactly, Jail. That is true. All of the content has been beaten without guides. That's how the guides are made. But yeah, if you go in blind, then you'll get destroyed at first. Like, you need to start somewhere. I'm not sure what to look for in this clip, Lexi, so I'll just kind of have to assume general stuff. It's going to be harder for this half because I can't see your cooldowns. Something that I would say is... Oh, there is sound. Is you should, like, with the tankiness of this Dark Knight, what for them? Wait a minute, why are they not using Shadow Wall? So just let me rewind to this. The fact they're not using Shadow Wall tells me that I should put down Sacred Soil now. Like, actually a bit ago. Because they're not trying. They're not using anything. That Sacred Soil would do a lot of work. There's Seraph. That's probably also a good idea. Yeah, I would have definitely used Sacred Soil in this pull. Instead of all of that. Yeah, no Shadow Wall, no Rampart. They used only Oblation and TBN. Were they trying to Living Dead? They didn't say anything. So we have to assume the answer's no. Angel says, for me, no Shadow Wall or Rampart means Living Dead. But they used TBN and Oblation. I also stand by my statement that, let me just pause on that one. Living Dead is not an invuln in a dungeon. It's a benediction masquerading as an invuln. Because the instant you die with Living Dead up, you click Unleash, boom, full health, and you, the Dark Knight, will not be able to heal yourself fully again. So if you go back down to 1 HP... then it's the healer's problem. So the moment you've healed yourself fully, that undead rebirth buff might as well not exist. Because of that, in a dungeon context, Living Dead is benediction masquerading as an invuln. So if I was going to go into a poll going, I'm going to use Living Dead, you'll see me use TBN and Shadow Wall just the same. But when I drop low, I'll use Living Dead. Because by making my health bar last longer, that benediction comes out later. Like, I'll use Living Dead in the same kind of context I'd use benediction in. It's just that I can control when that is a little bit better. Did they not use anything again? At least you have Sacred Soil this time, so it's going a little bit better. But this is rough. A long time ago, I did a run of Dead Ends where I had a Dark Knight that played approximately like this, and after the first pull, he tanked the Telegraph. After the first pull, I asked if they could use more defensive cooldowns. They opened with Living Dead, didn't die because they used it way too soon. And then when I asked them to use other cooldowns such as Rampart, they said, you don't pay my sub. Then they died to taking too many damage telegraphs from this boss. We wiped and I left the group.
Those who live, those who die.
Zarb says I usually get that benediction thrown on me just as I press Living Dead. Also true. This is something we've talked about before. If you wait long enough with Living Dead so that the healer doesn't have anything else, then they can't stop you from activating your Living Dead. By the way, that Dark Knight is probably going to die. Yeah, I know, right, Shaq? Place your bets. They actually managed to run through it. Yeah, Jay, the thing is... If I had been in that group today, what I would have done is I would have started playing worse intentionally. And then when they complained that I couldn't heal them, I said, I'm trying, but you don't pay my sub. I'm healing you with diagnosis. Not enough. I guess you'll have to use some defensive cooldowns. I would say TBN kinda counts as healing. It's just that a barrier doesn't heal your HP bar. It just protects your HP bar. Oh man. What does healing have to do with being squishy though? Good point. He timed it while the boss was channeling. Did the TBN ran out, then the tank buster hit.
And the very last wish they had never been born at all.
Oops. Camera. TBN is temporary HP. If the temporary HP is spent, it is spent in place of your actual HP, which means that in a weird roundabout way, you could consider TBN a potential 25% of your max HP healing, but only if you actually take the damage. It's in the same universe where Rampart is an indirect healing. He didn't use Living Dead. Uh-oh, the monk? Help the monk! No! Help the summoner! They're trying! Now the Dark Knight is using defensive cooldowns. Oh, if I don't do anything, I'll die if the healer falls behind. Oh, there was a Discord notification in the footage again. Notice how he used Living Dead after I rest him. They used both ablations on top of each other. When was the red arrow indicating you have to pack up? Well, when, you know, that's what it means. When was it first used? To me, it's at the Weeping City of Ma, but I'm unsure. I think that's right. What do you mean with you got tricked, Angel? I don't think there is, Bokaj. Which duty do you mean? Do you have an example? Oh, he's using Shadow Wall now. Ah, did he wake up because he died? Oh, the ping, right. Sorry. Oh, that's what you mean, Bokaj. So, right, it's only... I looked away for a moment, and the Dark Knight and the Monk is dead again. What's the subject of the clip? We're trying to see if there's anything we can give Lexi advice on, but the Dark Knight is so incredibly... a lot of things, that it's really hard to give much advice to Lexi. And also we just want to see this Dark Knight. I'm guessing here you try to say something, but it's not captured in this replay. Yeah, that's true, Bokaj. It's I guess I don't even see it as the same thing, because if there's the triangle but there's also a circle, I don't even it doesn't even register as the same mechanic. Yeah, at least they're using more cooldowns after they died. And that's also true, Bokaj. That is also true. It was more to say that when I see the triangle, but there's also a circle, I don't even register it as the friendship Doritos. And you're right. You're right. It does make sense that it might be difficult to see that it means that. But then again, when in ever has triangle pointing at you meant you have to stand with someone? So you just have to learn that that's what that marker means when you see it mean that for the first time. Like, I'm not saying that there's a problem with not understanding this mechanic when you haven't seen it before in that particular variant. It's just that a lot of people don't even get it when they have seen it. And yeah, it's weirdly surprisingly extra common with Dark Knights, Quincy. Couldn't possibly explain why. Sometimes it's because they... somewhat recently I had a Dark Knight in Holminster Switch. When I said to them they should use TBN more, they said, but it's really expensive. I was like... It costs the same as your other things that spend MP. Fatal Frost says, isn't the AoE specific targeting you also usually in a color flavor for the boss? Oh yeah, the older content where they use all sorts of different markers for spread markers to have a color that matches what the attack will be. Ah, good old... Was it Somal with the big dinosaur? By the way, isn't this the moment we can switch to the other clip? Oh yeah, exactly. That's a good question, Oscar. I don't think we can be sure unless Lexi remembers. I didn't pay close enough attention to see. Oh no. Ha! Yeah, I'll have to let you know, Lexi. If you put anything in the bottom left, I'm going to be in the way. Oh, double block. Yeah, I realized I got squeezed between the monk and tank and just accepted fate using cooldowns to compensate and heal myself. The thing is... Whoops. let me just go over this one and like just replay this real quick. At this point, you decide there's no safe spot for me. You can stand here. It's okay to stand here. Because you can move down there now. I guess you can see here, you could have stood on top of the monk and just moved in the last second. So you didn't actually have to eat that damage. Like, I know you were thinking on the move, but yeah.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Given the amount of times I've seen Seraph be used, I imagine that Lexi uses Seraph very upfront. But let's see how it goes now that we can see all of the cooldowns in use.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
That sounds pretty rough, Nighthawk. As I said before, Living Dead is benediction masquerading as an invuln. You going to pull more tank? No? Okay. That's weird. Probably for the best, but still weird. That was a little strange. The amount of OGCDs there was a little strange. Also, I'm just going to give a tip because it doesn't look like you're making any use of it. Seraphic Illumination does not increase the healing done by your pet. At all. It's really, really roundabout and weird. But it's because it increases healing magic potency, which means it actually increases the healing done of the people affected, which is extremely backwards. Most of these increase healing received, but Fey Illumination increases healing done. And for some reason, Seraph does not receive the buff, as you can see. For some reason, it does not actually receive the buff itself. It gets basically all other buffs in the game, but it will not receive that. Like, if the monk used Brotherhood right about now, I'm pretty sure Seraph would receive it. That is true, Jay. It does also increase... It reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Back in the day, it increased magic defense. Yeah, that is very, very weird. I can't possibly explain to you, but the reason I point this out is because... Given what you're doing right now, you have no reason to use Fey Illumination. And yeah, also, if you use things like Seraphic Illumination, I think it delays your Seraph, so it might lose out on Seraphic Veil casts. So, unless you really, really have to, you should probably save the Fairy spells or abilities for when the Fairy is there, and don't bother while the Seraph is there. Like, you can use the Seraph-specific stuff, but... Whispering Dawn and Fey Illumination you should use before you use Seraph, I think. Or after. Like, once it runs out. It says here, I could tell the tank was hesitant to pull more, but I was confident in being able to keep him alive, so I tried nudging him in the right direction. Oh, man. With a tank that unreliable, I would not do this. I would just, the moment they are actually stabilized, I would just not push them. I'll just deal with the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, it does work out, but it is just like, that's what I would do. But it does look like he's using his defensive cooldowns a lot better at this point. Actually, stretching out the oblations, using TBN more. Could be nice if they had another defensive. I don't really have much to say on your end, because now that the tank is playing decently well, it's hard for me to say what you could do different. Zav says they have different icons already, so why no different effect?
So they
I
come
agree.
to the kindest, most gentle.
For some reason, Seraph has special versions of the Whispering Dawn and Fey Illumination. They don't do anything special. Mia says, did I just see a Ruin 3 from Lexi? I'm guessing Lexi has modded their game to replace Ruin 2 with Ruin 3. I also heard it and was like, huh, weird. Ah, yes. The Art of War. By the way, why the Ruin 2 there?
Were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Royal? I don't know. It might also just be us that didn't notice. It looks more like Ruin 3, but maybe I just don't remember what Ruin 2 looks like well enough. Doesn't really matter. You don't have any different skill looks, so it's just us being confused. I'm pretty sure it's really Ruin 3 that we saw there.
Golden glow,
Doesn't matter.
all slept.
Something that I do want to talk about, though.
Steps were light.
This mechanic is very interesting. I talked about this in one of my mentor roulette videos. Prance only has two configurations. It's either going to be a square, ding 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 ding, or like a Z shape, so ding 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 ding. You see, like this. I know my mouse is very, very small on the screen, but like over here, then over here, then over here, and then over here. And you know which shape it's going to be after the third jump begins, but you can actually see where the boss is going after the first jump, because they're looking at where they're going first. So if you're a melee, you can start, like, you can do your GCD and then start running this way, because you know the boss is going over here. Then you see them go over there. I also believe usually when they do the Z shape, they start down here, go here, then here, then here. I'm pretty sure it's always like this, but I'm actually not 100% sure on that. But the important thing is that there's only two shapes. So at this point, like when you see it jumps here, you go over here, get ready, like here somewhere, so you get ready to go over there. But if it instead jumps over here, you technically still want to stand there, because when that explodes, you go over there. You could. That was probably one Ruin 2 you could have used there. By the way, guys, it doesn't matter. The Ruin 3 thing, it doesn't matter. It could be a different thing that you have, Lexi, that happens to come with that secretly, and you haven't noticed. Yeah, that is true. Ruin 2 just shoves like a black orb forward, and Ruin 3 has that sound. One of the rare occasions I had to use rescue. Yeah, that sounds about right, Oscar. Like, if you get, like, the thing is with Seraph is that because it takes 20 seconds to get the full value out of Seraph. So see here, you see the boss jump over here. That means you stand there, then you're as close to the safe spot as possible. Somewhere around here, so you can take a line over to the safe spot, which is there. Math. Oop. Latency. Ruin 2? Broil? Anything? Rune 2? Royal? Biolysis? You don't have to move for that. There's plenty of time to move after the butterflies leave. Don't think you needed that, sucker. So with the last boss there, where we could see your bars and everything, it was a little bit easier to keep track of what you can do better. It might be a case of this dungeon tripping you up, Lexi, that the tank confused you so much that you had a hard time, like, keeping track of what you need to do. Like, you're too focused on playing extra defensively because you can't trust the tank. But there were a lot of times, like, there were a bunch of times where you either were casting nothing or were casting Rune 2 while standing still, so you could have cast Royal. There were also times where you did just stood there for a bit and then did like 3 or 4 OGCDs in quick succession. The best you can do there, like, unless you need them all out immediately, then it would be better to use like Royal or Rune 2 and then weave them in between, because you're losing a lot of damage doing that. There's also the part with Sucker that there were a bunch of times we used Sucker for no reason, or rather without need to. That could also be to access, I guess, Rune 3 just came with a physic mod. That could be. Is that monk cosplaying as Dio? I think it's just the monk set. But that would be funny. I mean, yeah, sometimes this happens. Oh, look, Starbird. Sometimes this happens as a result of, like, you get confused because you had a really weird run. So, like, suddenly it gets worse. Like, suddenly you play worse to, like, account for their mistakes. I'm pretty sure it is the Diadochus gear, yeah. Isn't it? Is it actually dyed, or is it usually? Is it usually yellow? It's normally yellow. Look at this. This is the default color. Looked like that, didn't it? Yeah, that's basically what I can say, is that, like, once we could see what you were doing, Lexi, the main thing was you spent a lot of time not casting. There were some times where you were doing, like, multiple OGCDs, like, in very, very quick succession. There was no need to do that. And sometimes you used Rune 2 when you could have absolutely used Broil. It's not that bad. Right. So I have 2 clips left. So we'll do those, but I have to be right back before we do that. But we will do them. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. It says, can we watch me die? I mean, I don't think that's the primary focus, but yes, we can do that one. The only clips I have left is one of posted by Fubuki, and one that I recorded myself. Which is Tristan's first run against the End Singer. Hey Malice, hope you're doing well. Surprise Kai clip. Let's see me correct myself, right? The Speedy Cake remix.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Yeah, expecting the raid white, Karakoli. Did I remember to look for the planets? Oh right, the planets. Just reapply dot. Was that too soon? Probably. Cardia to heal the Reaper. I don't want to use any of my resources for that. Use hollows for the next raid white. Oh look, another planet. Can I math? Not really. Oop, the summoner needs some help. Where's my Cardia? Move that to the summoner. They need it now, probably. More Karakoli for raid white healing. By the way, we have the Ymir on the field, we have Sip on the field, we have Tristan on the field, that is Milo Tuk Tuk. Yeah, panic, you reapply dot for mobility, exactly. Exactly, Giraheen. Can I math? Guy with math degree. And yeah, look at that, Jay. Only 2 players without Molten Stacks. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do I remember to reapply my dot? Yep. A little late. I don't think I needed to move back for that, by the way. Lucid Dreaming would be good right about now. And I use Soteria to heal Ymir instead of spending an Adder Skull. I did use Lucid Dreaming, nice. Oh look, meteors. Can we math? Dots? Yes. Everyone dodged this time. By the way, no deaths so far.
Again and again.
And right there, some of you might have noticed I wrote something in chat. I tried to call upon Tay to join us as well, and they didn't come back to respond until just now. I don't know, Emi. I can't actually remember. So there's also the reason that some of you might be looking at this going, why are you not spending your Flemmer? In casual runs, I often sit on it for mobility because that's better than using Toxicon. And me too, it's Aethio. It was really a letdown back when it didn't have any kind of item level sync. Like it was actually possible to get it to 0.1% before the intermission happened. Really takes the bite out of the fight. It also makes the reveal that you get saved a little anticlimactic when it's like, yeah, you can't avoid this. Like, this is unskippable.
Emptiness remains.
Whereas when you see it initially, like, oh, she does it again, you're like, are we lacking that much damage? She's at like 30%. Only to find, no. By the way, I'm just over in Narnia. Just hanging out. Calling from Narnia. I don't know why you used Materia there.
'Tis so lonely between
Kinda. Go all the way to the edge to give space? That was actually a really optimal spread. Often there's like everyone on the same side and not space. I should not have used the creation proc there. I thought I had more time before the boss became targetable again. Yeah, I think part of the reason for that, Tarak, is that people have just gotten better at the fight. It isn't uncommon when the fight was new that people would, you know, have a lot of weakness debuffs going into the second part of the fight. Oh. Yeah, man, let's just imagine none of this happened. This is actually a dream. Yes, this doesn't actually happen in the story. Totally. That's the Zoe Noma? Zoe Nedma? How about some more meteors? Blam!
Double kill.
Dot? Yes?
the same end. Again and again.
That's also true, Jay. Often people will come into this fight with, you know, better gear. Sid got 2 reses. I don't know what happened to him. Did he lag out?
Double kill.
Is it wrong to say Nevma as Numa? I mean, you can say however you want. Although, I have a feeling that people will misunderstand if you call it Numa. Especially if they're old enough to remember a specific
If there is no happiness in life,
meme. They will probably completely miss it.
there is only one place it may be found.
Laser!
The end.
Was it Ymir that called for the limit break? I'm pretty sure it was. Is there a problem with me following you there, Ymir? Pneumatic? Well, the reason why I call it Nebma is because most of the Sage actions with a weird name are Greek. And incidentally, Nebma is also Greek. You had a spread. Oh. So, anyone wanna guess why Ymir died? Any guesses? Let's take it again.
Oblivion. Dynamite.
Nope, it wasn't too early LB. The LB was still running when everyone had taken damage. It was not an LB problem. What's different about everyone in the group at this moment? Not full HP. Check how much HP the warrior has left after the hit. 6,000. Actually closer to 7,000. And Ymir was missing over 10,000. And we all had the same barrier. So Ymir died to not being topped up. My best guess is that the attack does percentage-based damage in some weird way. So it does like 95% of your HP in damage. Maybe 90%. I had to check the footage back a few times when Ymir asked. Like, I don't know. Because I was also surprised, like, why? You were fine. Never considered that with just with the amount of defenses we had, we survived with like 10% HP each. You know, Shiro, there's a possibility that it's percentage based and just has like a, oh well, if you don't have LB you die, because some mechanics has that kind of trigger. And yeah, that can also happen, Zaf. But in this specific case, the LB was up in good time, and it lasted until everyone had been fully hit, and then a few seconds later. So it was not LB cutting out too early or too late. So it can only have been something else, and there was no... The only thing that was different with Ymir was that, well, Ymir had less HP left, relatively speaking. But for the only way for the healers to drop to like less than 10% HP, and the tank does too, is if the damage is percentage based.
We cannot suffer it again.
Yeah, kind of, Vivi. You're probably fine to not heal. But I'm pretty sure you'll, like, re-enter the fight here with whatever HP you have regened. So it's probably for the best to heal up again. Where's the Iron Cannon? I'm saving it.
Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
I believe the way they cleared Seed of Sacrifice Extreme with Blue Mage is to have someone die, rest them, and then they accept the rest so that they're up just in time, or something like that.
What we saw. What I saw.
What do you mean, Ymir?
It can only end in misery and desolation.
Saving the Iron Cannon. I mean...
No star, nor the universe itself.
The thing is, Ymir, that it's very simple. You choose when you want to use your cooldowns yourself. But yeah, we ran this, I believe, yesterday, because Milo Tuk Tuk had their first run. But yeah, at the end, from this, like in this part, I was basically metering out and overkilling every single cooldown that I was capable of, just because I could.
Many a time.
And that's the thing that's awesome about this fight when it's like played at a decent item level, is that this phase, she does enough damage that using a raid-wide defensive cooldown as a healer is actually not bad. So you have reasons to like cycle through everything you have. But it needs to be like with some level of item level sync, otherwise it doesn't happen. And you might say, yeah, but you don't need it, you can just heal up after each one. Yes, but this is better. And there's the Iron Cannon, right exactly as the Raid White comes out. And that's when I realized I didn't have any Adder Stings left.
No star, nor the universe itself.
Right. I hope you found that interesting. And then finally we have a Fubuki's run, which is actually... Whoops, I already had that one open. The extreme version of the same fight. That was very loud. So let's do it again. Well, Amy, I didn't actually know that you needed more HP. I haven't done this fight on extremes, I don't know what to expect, but what I find interesting is that usually the extreme version is just the same stuff but faster a lot of the time. That's a new mechanic. And we have a death. Just in case Fubuki watches this after the fact. There is a lot of time here being wasted. On the one hand, if you have the reposition, you can't be casting Glare, but you could be casting Dia. You should be casting Dia a lot. Also, I really don't advise this setup that you have where your hotbars hide like this. Because every second where you can't see your hotbars, you have no idea what your cooldowns are. So there's a very high chance you're missing stuff. It's like if you play a dungeon where you hide your UI every few seconds. It's really not... I really don't recommend that. You, like, dot, reapply dot. Reapply your dot. But Zip, didn't you main White Mage originally? Ooh, the 2 stacks. You're not getting a lot of help, are you? Just enough help. Exactly, DMO. And the tank down. Yeah, like... Just saying, if Fubuki watches this, there's one tip that I'll give away from this, is change your settings so that your hotbars don't disappear when you're not holding a button. I know that it looks cooler if you don't have all that UI shenanigans when you quote-unquote don't need it, but look at this. Ezai's is ready. You should have been using that. Presence of Mind is ready. You should have been using that. Why are you not using that? Now you're using Medica 2 for some reason. You didn't need to use that. Gia? Ezai's? Ezai's? But because every time your UI, your hotbars reappear, you only have a moment to take in what's important here. And this is important. This is extremely important. You need to click this. This needs to be clicked 20 seconds ago. And Medica 2 with Lily's ready, but Aflato's Misery is also ready. Use Aflato's Misery, get it out so you can spend more Lilies. But because you keep hiding your hotbars, you have this you keep playing peekaboo with the information that you need to see. So I really don't recommend this. If you want to get if you want to improve, I'm pretty sure that not hiding your hotbars like this is already a big step. Another thing is, of course, to make sure your dot is up. You have As-Eyes and Presence of Mind just hanging out. There's a random benediction. Maybe that was necessary. Exactly, JL. Every time you're not actively every time the Fubuki stops using something, the hotbars are gone. So just while you're attacking, you have to remember, and that's it's not good. Now also, As-Eyes is still there. I think you've lost a full As-Eyes, if not two. Presence of Mind is also just hanging out. Oh look, As-Eyes. There was As-Eyes. That was concerning. It just moved because of the rest. Uh-oh. Good thing that the dancer wasn't attacking. Theological fatalism. Sorry. Double kill. Uh-oh. You have Swift Cast. Swift Cast? Rest Machinist? Wonder if Swift Cast is available. There it is. Presence of Mind would be a free damage gain right now. Oh, the Machinist needs help. The Machinist needs help. I will also say I might be coming off a little bit mean here, but the reason why I'm really trying to hammer it home is because I'm pretty sure that someone that plays with a UI like this will defend it pretty strongly. Because it's not great to have to change your the way your UI plays that much, and it might feel like, oh, it's blocking my view. It's probably not. So I really advise Fubuki, I really mean it. Change your settings so that your hotbars stay visible all the time when you're in combat, at the very least. Sixpack says, is hiding hotbars on a button? I think they've set it so that if they're not holding a button, you know, to instantiate one of their 4 bars, it shows nothing. And if you want evidence that not showing your hotbars might be causing you to miss stuff, I don't need to look any further than the amount of As-Eyes you're missing to claim that it's probably the reason. And that also, of course, takes away from any advice I could have given in more specific terms on the fight, but it is that important. Your dot. Yeah, that had quite a lot of time to apply Dia. It would have been free damage, just spam Dia while repositioning. Like, it wouldn't have been optimal, but it would have been free damage. Yeah, as you expect, that is entirely up to you. The specific thing I'm talking about, I don't care where FFXIV has put their buttons. My problem is that... What's the cooldown of SIs, everyone? Is Swiftcast available? Is Presence of Mind available? It's off cooldown. You're right! It's available! Presence of Mind is not available though, it's on a cooldown still. That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, I kid you not, I had considered for my dailies with a twist a challenge where I'd want to see how I could set that up, but like a setup where I can only see my hotbars when I'm actively attacking. Like, I can only see my hotbars while the GCD is spinning. But would that be interesting, right? Or maybe I can only see my hotbars when my GCD is not spinning. So like, if I'm actually playing optimally, my hotbars are invisible, but then might as well just play without a UI, right? That's more interesting. Like, that's no UI with training wheels. And I have done that. So I'm just saying, the reason why I think this is a bad idea is because playing like this is something that I would view as a challenge. Like, this is something that I would do for a joke. Why Bioblaster, not Drill? Did the machinist use Bioblaster? Oh boy. That must have been a misclick. But yeah, nicely done aside from that, FFXIV, but I do think that if you stop hiding your hotbars, or crossbars, I suppose, you would not forget to use SIs nearly as much. You would possibly not forget to use Dia as much, although that's a different effect. You would remember to use your cooldowns more when you can look at them all the time. The problem is that while you're repositioning, or rather, not casting anything, you can't see anything, so you can't plan anything, so you don't know what you have or don't have. Like, I was actually curious for a moment if your gauge was also going to disappear, but for some reason that one is allowed to stay. Why not your hotbars, right? Like, you could make it so that some of your buttons stay hidden, or like only show when you need them, like the one with glare on it or something, if you really want to. But the ones with cooldowns on them need to be there. If you can't deal with that, put a hotbar somewhere else that shows the important cooldowns. And that's what Gazel does. Gazel hides all of their main hotbars, and then they have like 1 or 2 hotbars that show the important cooldowns. That's a preference thing. The only thing I ask is, don't hide the buttons that show your cooldowns. Do not hide those. You need those. And I don't recommend going, I'll remember it, because you won't. You won't. How can you slide cast and buffer without knowing your G? Also that, if you're hiding your your buttons, you can't actually see your GCD spinning. And Gazel actually has one regular GCD on those bars that track cooldown specifically, so that there is a GCD spinning. So like, that's my advice. You could use Dia more often. You could use SIs more often. There was a long period where you were not using Presence of Mind. It is arguable that there was also a long time where you weren't allowed to stand safely, and that would probably be something you could figure out. You could figure out where you need to stand so that you could figure it out. Bokash says, I don't think you use the GCD spin to time your slide cast as a healer. I mean, I don't use the GCD spin to slide cast. But you would probably use the GCD spin to see when you press glare next. But I do think that most of these things, many of these things, would get ironed out more if you could see your hotbars all the time. And if you don't want to do that, I'm just saying that to me, you're like, whenever your hotbars disappear, like, you might as well hide this. You might as well hide all of this and hide this. Also hide the chat log. Like, without the hotbars, most of it is irrelevant. I can't do anything anyway. And I wouldn't play like that. Like, I wouldn't play like that. And that is also true, Nighthawk. You can actually track when you can start, when the slidecast starts. By having an emote on your bars. It lights up when the slidecast begins. Sixpack says, Small Kai could spend more time on OCE with the continuing data center travel. Small Kai could, but Small Kai is going on a hiatus for Dawn Trail. That is also a good idea, just in general, for anyone who needs it. A good way to improve yourself is record your gameplay and review it yourself. Look at it. You'll see things like, oh, why didn't that person get rest? Why, they were dead for a minute. That's weird. Oh, I forgot to reapply my dot for 30 seconds. Oops. Things like that. I should have used a different defensive cooldown as a tank. I messed up my rotation and forgot a cooldown as a DPS. Like, things like that. You'll notice them way more. Like, the thing is, this is like a little bit of a sidetrack, but one thing that I've seen weirdly often in my Mythbuster videos is when I show some, like when I disprove some claim, often it's related to astrologian cards actually, there will be some people going, well, actually, I'm pretty sure I saw it happen, when in reality it was because they were not actually looking at their bars and they think they saw what they saw, but if they had recorded their gameplay, they would have seen themselves doing a big mistake. Almost certainly. So if you want to improve, like, try and record some of your pulls, see what you can do better. It's a lot more helpful if you get a clear, if you're like trying to improve your general rotation. If you're trying to improve on the mechanics, that can also be helpful. In hindsight, the floor do be a bit orange, yeah. And that's also true, Perrin. Like, the thing is, when I was saying, like, it could have been attacking and things like that, it's like, you would have used Dia, and the main times you saw me commenting why weren't you attacking was when there was repositioning happening or just standing there and things like that. I did the same with Lexi. Like, I would say, you don't have to cast Sucker there, but I didn't say, you should have used Broil there. Like, there's a big difference between like healers and DPS and tanks, because healers sometimes you just can't attack because you need to heal because there was an idiot in your group that got hit. But yeah, I would recommend that. Don't hide your hotbars in combat. Like, I don't know how you make those settings. You can hide them all you like when you're not in combat, but the moment you enter battle, hotbars on battle mode, right? And yeah, if you're repositioning as a white mage, you can use lilies while moving, but if you need those lilies, that's a different story, which is why I mainly latched on and said you could cast Dia, because Dia does upfront damage. It's terrible for DPS. Like, it's garbage damage because it's like 65 potency, but it's not 0. It's better than nothing, and if you have a tendency to forget to reapply your dot, then going every time you have to reposition, you go, alright, I'll use Dia. Then you're at least not forgetting that. You also saw me do that in my regular Endsinger fight, where I sometimes reapplied youth creation doses on 10 seconds left because I needed to reposition. What's up, Emir? You'll never guess what I got in Trial Roulette on Black Mage. Did you get Zodiac? What's with all these Black Mages recently getting roped into Zodiac? I should also mention, I know this is a little late, this much later in this analysis, because some white mages don't actually realize the importance of using SIs on cooldown. The reason why we use SIs on cooldown is because it does everything. It does damage, it heals, it gives you MP, it cooks you dinner, it makes your bed, it walks your dog. It pets your dog too. So you use it on cooldown. It doesn't matter which one of the 3 properties you need, you use it on cooldown. The only time you might not use it on cooldown is if, like, there's no enemy and everyone's topped up anyway, right? But it also pets Watcher, yes. So just use it. 400 potency healing, 400 potency damage, 5% MP regen. Like, at least one of them will be useful to you. At least one of them, so you use it. SIs will find a dog for you and then walk it. Yeah, exactly. It's that good. It does everything, so you want to use it on cooldown. And if you're like, but I need the healing for it. Yeah, you have like 5 other things to use for healing. You don't need SIs for that. You don't need SIs for that. If you go, but if I have to cast Medica 2 instead because I spent SIs, yeah. So SIs does more damage than Glare. So... So if you're thinking about saving a Glare by sitting on SIs for 40 plus seconds. And you know what, Darth? You know what? I agree. SIs being used on cooldown is a little awkward. I don't like it either. I think it would be pretty insane for White Mage opener burst. But I think I would like White Mage more if SIs had 2 charges. But I think it would also be a little crazy. Just 800 potency OGCD damage for a healer burst? Maybe, like, I think that's a little too strong. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we all know that the way it's going to work is you use SIs twice in the opener, then you use SIs like around 1 minute in, and then you sit on 2 for the even minute burst. They could nerf it a little bit, that's true. But yeah, exactly, Perrin. It's like, you think having 2 charges means that, oh, now I can be a little more relaxed with using them. No. It's perfect balance. You use 1 on the odd minute, 2 in the even minute. But yeah, a lot of things would be a lot easier to manage if it had 2 charges. But we all know that the moment you give something 2 charges, it just adds more to the burst. And 2 charges on Blasting Zone just means that you have to Blasting Zone twice in your No Mercy. Have you seen that one meme about where does the Aetherflow charge go? The Aetherflarge? The Aetherflow charge go? Oh, is it the square hole? That's right, it goes in energy drain. And that's also right. If Aetherflow had 2 charges, so like you didn't have to use it immediately on the minute, then you just use them back to back during chain stratagem. I actually made this point a while back. Some of you may have seen a video I made on the subject of the of the 2-minute burst. That's there's a very high chance that the video you saw was the second video I made on the subject. I actually made one prior, and I suggested that it would be really neat if Dragoons had 2 charges on jump, so you didn't have to use it exactly on cooldown. But that's not how it would go down. We all know that. What it would mean is now Dragoon has Life of the Dragon in their opener, but it also means that now they have 2 jumps and 2 Mirage dives in every even minute burst. Like, that's how it always goes. It's a miracle that I believe Spine Shatter Dive isn't, like, saving both charges for your 2-minute burst is not a thing. Because there's so many OGCDs that you can't really fit both of them nicely. So most of the time you just don't. But that's more like a result of an overwhelming amount of OGCDs. Like, there's a reasonable chance they like with all the jobs that have like all the tanks with double gap closer, you keep adding OGCDs to their burst, eventually the gap closers just fall out because they're not strong enough. Like, wouldn't that be incredible if the way they could fix and I'm specifically talking non-spoiler mode right now, so I'm ignoring whether there were any changes to charge, like to gap closers in Dawntrail. Just act like we don't know anything. I don't care if there is or is not any changes. We just act like that's not the case right now. If you keep adding OGCDs to a job, then eventually the weakest OGCDs just fall out of the burst. And the gap closers are really, really garbage for potency. So if you stuff enough things into the burst, eventually it's just going to be like I'm not using Plunge in my burst. I'm not using Rough Divide in my burst. I'm not using Onslaught in my burst. I'm not using Intervene in my burst because I don't have time for that. And I have better OGC than that. But you need a lot of OGCDs for that magic to happen. Like, with a Paladin, you need over 16 OGCDs for Intervene to fall out. Moonflute is the solution. I also dislike gap closers with potency, Bokaj. It feels weird because it means that your gap closers feel like they're attacks first and foremost. The solution is we put everything on Black Mage style, Black Mage's Polyglot style timer, where you get a charge every cycle, but still make progress towards the next stag, even if you're... You know, that would actually help a lot, because it means that, for example, you would have 30 seconds to use Blasting Zone. Like, you can use it whenever you want, you get one every 30 seconds. But I feel like... imagine if they made it so that you just had, like, a clock. Like, the moment you enter combat, the clock begins. And on the 30-second mark, all of the things with that normally had a 30-second cooldown just readies. And on the minute, everything with a 60-second cooldown readies and the 30-second stuff. And on the 2 minute, on the 2 minutes, so it would have to be a really, like, a clock that, like, alternates like that. It readies all your 2-minute stuff. It would feel sterile in a... Like, it would feel very dull in a way. Like, it would be interesting, like maybe as a job gimmick, but it feels like, it would feel like as if the developers just went, right, so this is how the players play, let's just make that as easy as possible. And even if they did do that, I can already see it. There won't be a 2-minute burst, there'll be a 1-minute 45-second burst that just continues for 30 seconds by, like, chaining them. Use everything 15 seconds, then everything 15 seconds again. And then you have your tincture, of course. So it would be weird. I think I could imagine it as a job gimmick, like a specific job does it. Oh yeah, the Titan one, Ilana. I'll save you. Ah! By the way, you can't post links in the stream chat. Only moderators and me can do that, because otherwise we get spammed by bots. Sorry, the bots took the fun away. But that was the last clip that I prepared. We only went 2 hours overtime? Link in bio, yeah. But we did cover every clip that I had left. So I can of course say thank you all for giving clips. In some capacity, you can see that sometimes it might, like, I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus. I don't try to be extra hard or harsh on anyone. I'm just trying to be honest about what I see and what I think you can do better. And if there's something particularly egregious, I end up focusing pretty hard on that. I try my best to not name the same problem repeatedly, but if it's too big of an issue, it can be hard for me to ignore. But I really do appreciate that you all actually, like, send in clips to for us to see. It can be a little nerve-wracking for some, because it feels like just throwing yourself out there and getting judged, right? But the important thing to remember is that it's not like we're going to go and, like, harass anyone for it. First of all, because that's not cool. Cool people don't harass. Second of all, we're trying to learn here. I think that clip from Fubuki actually highlighted something that, like, it can be really hard to convey from a different player, because for a different player, it would be like, if you're not used to your hotbars hiding like that, it would be even more obvious and even more problematic. It would be really, really obvious that you're not used to it. So seeing a player that actually plays like that and say, well, you can see there's still some problems here, like, teaches a lot that while it looks better, sometimes it's important to prioritize function over form. It says that anytime Kai watches my clips, a part of my soul dies. Really? But yes, the important part is not calling anyone out. If it sounds like I'm, like, being really, really mean, don't mean to. Very easy for me to say in hindsight. Just trash talk someone for their entire clip, and then afterwards I go, I didn't mean it. But yeah, I don't mean it. Like, I don't mean to be mean if you feel like I'm getting a little too rough. I actually, like, when people say, oh man, I can't wait to get roasted by Kai, and I have had comments like that, I actually get worried because I don't want to come across as the guy that roasts on the internet. Like, I don't want it to feel like that. It is about learning and becoming better. And as I said, as you can see, we had a clip where there were some mistakes, like, for example, that Shaq did, and then we had a clap then we had a clap of Zav making, like, not in the same extent and not the same way, but some similar mistakes, like GCDs not going off on time, using the wrong combo, and things like that. Shiro says, what if I send a clip and specifically ask to be roasted, though? I feel like I would need to have, like, a disclaimer on the screen that says, Shiro asked for this. But part of the reason why I made sure to do all of the remaining clips we had is because I have a feeling that at the very least it'll be a few weeks once Dawn Trail comes out before I'll actually go back to, like, these kinds of tea time style streams. Because there's so much to do. I'll be doing a lot of leveling streams, so like if you need a place to hang out for while you level your jobs, that will be the place. Might be a good place to find groups to spam queue with if you don't have like a group of your own. JL says, I need to have a discussion with Zeno about how to roast, but you know what? If he can teach me, then that might actually be good, because well, first of all, it's going to be problematic because I make an effort to not swear on stream, and I feel like it's difficult to roast someone without swearing. But I feel like that's like an exception among streamers rather than normal. Could imagine that Zeno would be a lot better at it. You have to roast creatively to roast me. Exactly. You really have to like prepare from home. Just do it in the small Kai voice. You should use SIs more. Your dot is running out. Your GCD is drifting. Maybe the Kermit voice. You should use Nebula more. Why is bloodwetting not being used? Living Dead is benediction masquerading as an invul. Remember the stack mark? You could use Danish swears. Part of the problem there is that a lot of Danes swear in English. Kermit the Frog telling me my GCD is Tokyo drifting. Your GCD seems to be drifting. Oh yeah, that was a good one, Emir. The clip of the Esteem rant with Small Kais. Oh, that is a while back. Stream, I keep dropping my bard dots. What can I do? One way you could keep track of your bard dots is, for example, to use Iron Jaws every time you switch song, but that of course requires that you switch song on time. Dennis says, should you use SIs even if everyone is on full HP? Yes. As I said, SIs does everything. It does 400 potency of damage, it does 400 potency of healing, and it restores 5% of your MP. So if you're missing MP, SIs. If there's enemies, SIs. If people need healing, also SIs, but usually you're missing MP and there are enemies nearby. Exactly, it does everything. It walks your dog, it waters your crops, it heals the blind. Use it all the time. Maybe not if there's nothing to fight nearby. Like, maybe not like zone into a duty and just immediately go blam and just run forward. Like, don't do that, but you know what I mean. Why is it MP? That is an excellent question, Bogaj. Like, it does everything for White Mage. It does like, the only thing it's not doing is apply a barrier and reduce damage taken. It's actually pretty funny. I remember seeing a leak before Endwalker. Originally, the damage reduction that is on Holos was supposed to be on Nevma. Then they moved it. Which means that originally Nevma would have been like, the only thing it's not doing is recover MP and apply a barrier. Oh yeah, it also doesn't apply a regen, that's true. It's missing a regen, a barrier, damage reduction. Doesn't increase your damage done. That's actually a big loss. It should absolutely increase your damage done. It should also increase your healing. Actually, if it increased your healing done, it'd probably be easier to convince people to use it on cooldown. That's true, Tarak. If they wanted SIs to not be used on cooldown, it would need to not do damage if you just mash it. They could give it 2 charges and make it so that the damage scales with the amount of healing it does or something. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to that, but, I mean, it's a little... Like, it's basically iconic for White Mage. It's part of what makes White Mage, I feel. By which I mean... When I think of White Mage among the 4 healers, White Mage is the healer that is so overabundant with healing that it simply can't stop itself from just bursting with healing. Alright, Emir, thank you for coming. Enjoy your evening. And they get this across with SIs and Afflatus Rapture and the presence of Afflatus Misery. You want to use those Afflatus Rapture. You want to use SIs, which means that just having a White Mage in your group just passively produces healing, it feels like, because the White Mage is incentivized to use healing even when it's not needed. And it really gives that point across that White Mage has so much healing potential that it simply can't not heal. And SIs is a part of that experience. Dad says, I feel like they would change it, except White Mage would complain that they got another button that doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's a good point. It would be really awkward to use SIs if it scaled with the amount of healing it did, when you have so many other healing options. But yeah, you always want to use SIs. If it's available, you want to use it. If there's any enemies nearby, you want to use it. But yeah, I think that's that's all, folks. So if you enjoyed the company of me or the wonderful people in the chat, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the coming days. You'll also find an announcement room where you can see links to videos or streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you will get a notification whenever I post a video, post a stream, post a schedule, and you also get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before something time sensitive like a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. If you'd want to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chats, and if you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it helps me directly to do all of this content for all of you. And yeah, I think that's everything from me. Became nearly 2.5 hours longer than I normally planned. With that said, that's all for me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Oh, Sage says, hey, I know you're ending, but I got to say thank you. Okay. Thank you. Glad to hear that, Sage. Thank you for letting me know. But now, bye-bye.